Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we celebrate the 40th anniversary for the Tennessee Governor School for the Arts, which is proudly hosted by MTSU, and reflect on how it has been a powerful influence upon generations of students pursuing creative fields. We note the achievements of our Tourism and Hospitality Management program and the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences, and we preview some exciting changes coming this academic year that will provide amazing opportunities for our students. And we introduce you to the executive overseeing many of the improvements you'll see in Murphy Center and Floyd Stadium, and show how they will enhance our fan experience in both facilities. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU celebrated the 40th anniversary of the Tennessee Governor School for the Arts this summer, a 3-week on-campus intensive that invites more than 300 students to focus on honing their artistic skills in a variety of mediums. Joining us to tell us about this amazing program is School Director Kate Goodwin, an associate professor in MTSU's Department of Theater and Dance. Kate, welcome back to Out of the Blue.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here.
We're here to celebrate a fantastic anniversary. Let's talk about the 40th anniversary of the Governor School for the Arts.
Yep. So 2025 is our 40th anniversary. The Governor School started as one of 3 when it was the vision of Lamar Alexander, and that 1985 summer was the School for the Arts here at MTSU, and Humanities at UT Martin, and Sciences at UTK. And so since then we've been going strong. There was 1 year that we missed because all of the funding got cut across the state, but it came back, and so this is our 40th. So we're excited that we got to celebrate all of the alumni and all of the events and the students that are here and planning for the future, and so it was really exciting.
For our audience, let's talk a little bit about exactly the breadth and depth of the programs that we offer in the Governor School. It is very diverse.
Sure. I really run 5 mini schools. I mean, that's the truth. When I talk to my colleagues at the other Governor schools, you know, we're so big, and I think sometimes they don't quite understand until I say, yes, but I have a film school and a visual arts school that has 10 different studios within that. I have a theater school that is doing design, technology, and is doing performance with like a musical theater component baked into that. I have music, which is vocal and instrumental, all of them. And then I have dance, who is doing ballet and contemporary and bringing in a lot of guest artists to sort of round that out. So there are 5 schools that are happening at once on our campus. And they're all chaired by experts in their field. So my job is really to sort of bring the right people together and make sure they have the resources. And I love showing off MTSU's campus because I've got I've got friends who are coming in and colleagues who are coming in who are having a chance to work with us on campus. And so yeah, it's great.
Kate, you and I very recently were at a very special event at the Tennessee Performing Arts Center. Devin Bowles, one of our great theater alums, was performing in one of the key featured roles in MJ the Musical. And he told this amazing, touching story about how being selected for Governor's School caused all of these wonderful things to happen in his life. Can you share that just real fast, what he said?
I will. And I love it because Devin is from Jackson, which is where I'm from too. So
outstanding.
I know, so I feel very connected. Devin was a Governor School student, and somebody suggested it to him. He was a football player in Jackson, but he could sing, and he moved well, and I think had an opportunity to do a play in a way that he was unfamiliar with. And somebody suggested that he audition for Governor School, and he told the story of coming to the audition here on campus and meeting Jeff Gibson, who at the time was the chair of the theater program and the chair of the Governor School theater program, and having an interview, his first interview there, is kind of a screening interview with him. And he talked about how comfortable and confident Jeff made him feel in that interview, and he went on to do his audition. He got accepted to Governor School and had a fantastic summer, and it really taught him that he had this in him, and that it was something that he could in fact pursue. And he got home and, you know, graduated from high school, and in looking for college, he told this great story about like that MTSU was just the place that he wanted to be because he felt safe and supported here. Like his experience at Governor's School made it clear to him that this was the place that he wanted to continue studying. He'd had a chance to work with Jeff, obviously, and some of the other MTSU theater faculty who were on staff at the time. But then, of course, he came here and just blew us all away. He was a fantastic performer.
Simply amazing.
And took all of the various experiences that we offer in our theater department, and you know, has then used that to move into the national market, and from there to DC, and from there to New York, and is now, of course, touring all over. But it was such a wonderful story and a testament, really, to this program and what it really does mean to the kids who come from all over Tennessee. And I'm going to bet one of the first places they need to visit is our website. Where can I go on the web to find out more? Sure. Our website is gsfta.org. And that's where our application will be and other information about the program. And coming up in October, that's when our application will open again for 2026, because it just never starts. It never ends. Year 41, here we go. That's right. Yeah, the application is an online application, and they can find that information. October 1st is when we open that. And that's true for all of the governor schools across the state. They'll all open October 1st. And there's about 2 months there to apply and get that materials in, and then we'll start the audition process all over again as we plan for 2026. Kate, thanks for all you do. We're so very proud of this governor's school, and that event at TPAC with Devin, that really reinforced the value of everything everybody does that's connected with that program. Thank you so very much. Thanks for having a chance to talk about it. And we'll be right back.
And that's how electricity flows.
Hey, Mom! Don't break it, don't break it.
It's just one thing.
Thank you.
Wow, this looks amazing.
This is the electric robot I made all by myself.
I help people.
I create music.
I shape the future.
I am an entrepreneur.
I inspire people with more than words.
I ride forward.
The sky is not my limit.
Find your blue at MTSU.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Oh, you all right? Say hi to Becca for me.
Hey, Greg. Thanks for the extra delivery this week.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The Tourism and Hospitality Management Program in our College of Behavioral and Health Sciences is turning heads and making headlines for its innovative approaches to provide real-world experience for our students. Program Coordinator Elizabeth Whalen, who joins us today, talks about how the program is preparing its students in this growing and dynamic industry, not only for their first job, but for promotions and opportunities yet to unfold. Elizabeth, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me.
First time on Out of the Blue.
It is.
And we've got a lot to talk about. We were talking before the camera started to roll about how amazing the Tourism and Hospitality Management Program is at MTSU. It is headline making, it is so innovative, but let's just assume there may be a couple people who have not heard about this program. For our audience, tell us about what you offer and why it is really top of the line and the skills that we're teaching our students.
What this degree does is it's basically, I like to call it a specialized service
business degree. So you're going to learn a lot of the business theory. You're going to get a business minor from our amazing business colleagues over at the Jones College. But then we go beyond that and look at the service-based business. So you are focusing on the intangible product, the experience, you're designing it. And we do everything from marketing and accounting and finance and HR and management to all the event planning and the tourism services and destination marketing and all of those things in between. So I like to tell my students, if you want to go get a job right now in this industry, you can go get one right now, today. You don't need me for that. What we're going to provide is a job 5 to 10 years from now. This is a career. It is a sustainable long-term career. It's high paying, it's exciting. We're in the industry of having fun. So there's a lot of fun moments and you get to see things from start to finish, the total fruition of that. This is about leadership development. This is about professionalism. It's about strategic planning. It's about really making a better life for yourself, for your family, and for everyone else around you. And so you get to be a part of making a better community for anyone who's coming in contact with you.
Obviously, when you become a graduate of this program, you've not just studied the concepts of this work, you've actually rolled up your sleeves and gotten down to business.
Exactly.
Why is that important? So
one of the key things about this industry is that you can't manage people doing a job that you haven't done or at least experienced in some way. When I was first starting out, I did some housekeeping, and believe me, I cleaned a lot of toilets. But I did it for a short period of time, right? Because it doesn't take you that long to figure out what that process looks like and to really experience it. And then we're moving you on to the next thing. I'm getting that experience, and I'm partnering with all the classroom material, the theory development, and how do I make it better? How do I make every job I do better so I'm ready for the next job? And so that's all intertwined in the experience that they're getting here.
First accredited program in the state of Tennessee. We're very proud of that.
Yes.
It also reflects in some of the things you've got planned for the summer and fall of 2025. You've got some expansion, some integration, and more visibility. Talk a little bit about that.
So one of the things that we're doing is we're doing these mentorship programs. We're connecting our students directly to the industry partners where they get a one-on-one experience with mentors. We are also having our students go to GovCon, which is the Tennessee Governor's Conference in Hospitality and Tourism. It happens every year. Our students have now started an ambassador program. We helped design that with the team of TNHTA, the Hospitality and Tourism Association here, and they have partnered with us and many of the great institutions here in the state to bring students in as ambassadors and start getting those experience and hands-on networking, getting people out of the classroom. I think during the pandemic, we all kind of shrunk a little bit, and now we're showing we get big again, and this industry is very small. And oh, you're interested in being a tourist blogger and you want to go and make murals? Guess what? I have a contact for you. And so we're really starting to get out there, get ourselves recognized, get on that stage. We're starting to have students plan events, have student organizations. So we're getting really beyond the classroom at this point.
Can't let you go without talking about the big thing. President McPhee, it seems like I see you in his remarks and everything he's talking about your great program because we are about to engage in a public-private partnership that is going to result in a showpiece construction project on this campus. Talk about that.
Yeah, so everyone wants to know about the hotel.
The hotel.
I like to say I'm the prettiest girl on campus right now. I get a lot of invitations. But really what the hotel is, there are so many valuable elements of this hotel, and not just for us in tourism and hospitality. Of course, we're the direct correlation to that. But, you know, I was looking at the end of last semester at the interior architecture students who were doing their capstone project on designing a hotel. They're involved in that. We look at concrete management. What is the hotel going to look like, and how is it developed, and how is it processed and built? Nutrition, how are we doing menu planning? Agriculture, getting into having the creamery and having a cream-based food and beverage outlet within the hotel itself. So there are a lot of ways to get connected to our academic programs on campus. The hotel group that we've been working with them for, I guess, probably a little more than a year now, getting this bid completed. I can't give too many of the details until the contract is fully signed, but we're working with this great company that wants to work with our academic programs. And this is something that from the day I got here, I wanted as well. So I love that President McPhee already had that vision in mind, and that we were a part of that vision too, and we've been able to have this communication. It's going to be over near the Murphy Center.
Exactly.
It's going to be the only hotel in the center of town. The only other option you have right now is Airbnb. It's a lifestyle brand hotel, which means it's going to be a nicer hotel. I think our donors, I think our parents of our students are going to be excited. I think it's going to be a great neighborhood. There are all these opportunities to get integrated across the entirety of campus, and it's kind of the nexus of that. And to have this public partnership, it means that the university isn't fronting the money. The money is actually coming from the private organization, and then we are just being able to partner with them in all those experiences for our students. It's
going to be incredible, and this segment is going to get folks to say, where do I find out more about your program? Where do I direct them on the web?
Well, I would love to give you the web address, but it's a little long. So I'm going to give you the easiest way to find us. Just go to a search engine and put in Tourism and Hospitality Management at MTSU.
Elizabeth, congratulations.
Thank you.
We're very proud of this program, and looking forward to all the great things about to happen in 2025 for you. This is really exciting stuff.
Thanks so much.
And we'll be right back.
See that? Go slow.
I see it.
Hello. Hello. You are looking good today.
Well, thank you.
I think it's time we take this off, don't you think?
Absolutely.
I help people.
I create music.
I shape the future.
I am an entrepreneur.
I inspire people with more than words.
I ride forward.
The sky is not my limit.
Find your blue at MTSU.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Assistant Athletics Director Nathan Wallach, a proud MTSU graduate, is the executive who is overseeing many of the improvements you'll see in Murphy Center and Floyd Stadium. He joins us to talk about how they will enhance our fan experience in both facilities. Nathan, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
We got a lot to talk about. First of all, I want to talk about how proud I am of all the great work that you've done. We are going to cover a lot of it in rapid fire order, but I've got to start with the latest wow, is that brand new control room, video control, super control room that is now on the concourse of Murphy Center, and it is fantastic. Talk about your vision for that project and what it's going to achieve.
The vision for the project was to kind of just update our control center and to get everything up to today's standards. We were operating on a room that was designed and built in 2007.
About the size of this desk.
Pretty much, it felt like it, you know. So it was time to finally make the jump and do it the right way. We wanted to keep doors open for students. We were having trouble getting students to come in and help us because the gear was just not what the industry standards were. So we reached out to Take One Film and Video out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. A lot of middle grads are employed there. They're a great AV integrator that we had a prior relationship with, and started the conversation of what can we do. So we got together and started working on the gear list, and Ross is kind of the industry standard right now for sports production. So that was our baseline. We pretty much have all Ross components. And then once we laid out all of our our gear needs, we were trying to identify space. And that was a big issue. I mean, it took us weeks and weeks of looking at spaces. Who can we move? Who can we not move? What space might be available? And then I kind of got the idea and approached to Chris about using one of our concession stands. And it was kind of the right size footprint. So we went up there and we looked at it and started brainstorming to some ideas and realized we just need to add a little bit of space and enclose it. And we also wanted it to be a recruiting tool for both our student athletes and potential students to the university. So we put some windows in there and it's right there on the concourse for everybody to see.
What I love about what you did in this project is you've created this state-of-the-art environment for these students to learn how to do great work that's going to get them jobs. Walk me through also why you needed this high-powered mission control, because of some great additions that came around in Murphy Center and Floyd Stadium, right?
We were able to kind of hide our older equipment because we had older LED also. And when we started getting the funds and were able to upgrade the LED a lot sooner than the control room, well, then it kind of became really obvious our gear was a little outdated and antiquated. So because of the great additions on video boards in both Murphy Center and Floyd Stadium in the last 2 years, we really needed the control room to be up to the standard also.
It's got to meet. It's got to meet, because you're talking these boards, Nathan, they're huge, right? I mean, they're huge. Not only are they tall, they're wide. And you've got the ability to do so many different things that we've never been able to do before. Before, you know, God love it, we had a great screen. It lasted us for a long time. I'm not trying to be disparaging about it, but now it's just night and day difference, right?
Having all LED really opens up the creative space for so many events. Not just on the sports side and the ad panels and the game stats and everything that we need, but now that we're looking at Murphy Center to be a concert venue again and being able to do picture-in-picture stuff and side-by-sides and do multiple windows that are still big enough to be able to see all the content that you want, it really opens the door for anybody to come in and want to make their dreams a reality.
You've also got a project that is going to be coming to fruition at the end of this month at Floyd Stadium. Talk about the new Student Athlete Performance Center.
It's a $66 million, 85,000 square feet facility, 3 stories, that is going to house our entire football operations. It's going to have a brand new state-of-the-art weight room for all of our student athletes, which is about 3.5 times the size of what we were working with. Then football locker room and football equipment room kind of round out the first floor. Second floor is all football operations. All of our coaches' offices will be out there. Our team meeting rooms, our position meeting rooms, their support staff will be out there. And then the third floor is going to be a multi-purpose space for our teams to have meals in there, and then on game days to be a premium space for our fans. But it is going to completely rejuvenate our athletic department and alleviate some of the pressures of the Murphy Center, so that way other programs have the ability to grow in there.
Before we go, I want you to tell folks about your story, because we talked about before the show started that you graduated from MTSU and a guy named Kermit Davis gave you an opportunity, and here you are now assistant athletics director with this huge portfolio. How did you ever see that day coming when you walked on the campus?
I did not. I've got to give a lot of praise to both Coach Davis and Dr. Jubenville for getting me into the athletic space. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do after my undergrad, and I met Dr. Jubenville through a roommate in college, and he said, well, what about going to grad school? He got me in the program, and he's like, let me introduce you to Coach Davis. I got to sit down with Coach Davis and kind of explain my background in video and production, and that I wanted to be in operations. I thought, that's kind of how my mind worked. And he had just hired a new director of basketball operations that wasn't much of a video guy. So he's like, you come in and teach him video, and he can show you operations, and we'll figure out what happens there. So again, kind of taking advantage of opportunities that were presented to me as a student here, and working hard and everything. And it morphed into athletic communications internship after grad school. And then I was fortunate enough that they created a full-time position for me within that office. I've seen a lot of incredible victories here with women's basketball and football and baseball, and and a lot of really fun, amazing things, and it just kind of naturally progressed. It was kind of time to transition to the next level, and got a great opportunity to get on the operations side under Daryl Simpson and started doing game ops and everything, and then just kind of has progressed ever since. A lot of doors were open for me because I was a student, and I see the power and the potential of somebody just opening a door.
Well, go blue.
Go blue.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, X, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. True Blue TV is available on most streaming services and our app. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board and Zoning Appeals, May the 27th. It's 5:30 p.m. I'll call the meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Order of business is approve the minutes for the April 29th, 2025 meeting. If you had a chance to review those, I'll take a motion or any changes that need to be made.
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. New business. Special request for a special exemption to allow a transfer station and future metal recycling property located at 151 Jefferson Pike, tax map 18K, Group B, parcel 25.01, I3 special use zoning district, property owned by Recycling Partners Land Company LLC. Mr. Logan, can you give me a report, please?
Thank you. So this request is for a special exception to operate a waste transfer station at 151 Jefferson Pike. And if you look at the screen here, so it's the property where I'm pointing, and this is Jefferson Pike that runs east to west, and then this is Murfreesboro Road, and this is Murfreesboro Road and the railroad track. Many of you are familiar with, as you drive Jefferson, go over the viaduct, which goes over the railroad tracks. So we'll zoom in for a closer look. So this is the current orthophotography of the site, and you can see there's a lot of activity ongoing there, lots of cars and vehicles that are stored there on the lot, other materials, and also you'll notice there's a lot of open or surfaces that are not permanent that create a lot of dust and air pollution and whatnot in the area, and also creates a lot of track out problems on Jefferson Pike. So this applicant has shown their intentions to correct that problem, and they will be installing dustless surfaces if they are approved for this special exception. So on the zoning map, again, where I'm pointing, this is the site. It's I3, which is industrial special use. And the way that that zoning district works in LaVergne, there's no uses permitted outright. Every use must be granted as a special exception first by the Board of Zoning Appeals. So their request is for a waste transfer station and also for future metal recycling, which you may have seen in their in the packet. This is a photo. This is taken from Jefferson Pike, so Jefferson's in the foreground. You can see the guardrail, and then in the distance, you can see some buildings. There is more or less, it looks like a construction trailer type structure there in the photo, along with other structures. And then this is another photo. Again, you can see the office trailer here to the right, and then other vehicles, including tractor trailers there on the site. And then this is a different view. There is another metal building, which you can see here. It's it's metal siding, and it's a blue color, bluish gray. So then the applicant has submitted this site plan that shows the improvements that they'll be making to the site. So you can see the, I'm going to zoom in here. First, we can start with the access off at Jefferson. So this is the existing entrance, and then there is also a parking area up here next to Jefferson Pike, and then the existing scale where the vehicles are weighed is currently shown here. And then these are the structures that they'll install. So you can see they call out the tipping floor, the processing area, the loading bay, and then various hydrants. And then they do also show stormwater. They show stormwater inlets, so they will be doing the best they can. This site's very old and currently does not meet any of the city's zoning or stormwater regulations. So you can see with the submittal and the site plan that they are intending to install areas for stormwater detention as well as landscaping to go along with the building and the dustless surfaces. And then they did provide some architectural elevations so you can see they're showing the proposed grade and then the loading bays on the front elevation. We're calling that building C, proposed building C. And then the side elevation here. But it is pretty basic construction, metal siding to go along with their industrial uses. And I believe that completes the report. They do have a turning movement. I won't go over that, but they do have a diagram that shows turning movements for trucks, large trucks on the site. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Is anyone here to represent this evening? If you would step to the podium and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Greg Gwynn, 91 Polk Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37210. It's our business address for Waste Pro, the company that is proposing this MSW transfer station, and we appreciate you hearing us out tonight. Thank you for your time.
Would you agree with Mr. Logan's report, what he said so far?
Yes. One thing that I didn't see in there that we had talked to the city about was also providing a 1 acre site for recycle drop-off for the city. That was one thing that I didn't see on there, but that is part of our proposal that we had discussed with the mayor.
Any questions, gentlemen?
I have one. Are you removing all the existing building?
Yes. So ultimately, what Waste Pro would like to do in the beginning, we're going to put a transfer station that you have now that's outdoors. We're going to build a building and put it indoors, and then we will conform to all of the guidelines and regulations that the city has. The track out problems go away because we'll hard surface everything, and then the drainage issues will be mitigated because we're going to install a new drainage plan. But yes, a lot of the buildings will be gone, and it's our ultimate goal to have a Waste Pro operating hauling division located on the other 10 acres of the site.
So, Mr. Logan, if you would, on our one, the black box there, what's going to go there? Because in R1 it's just a black box. So what's the plan for that? That's on the west side or northwest side of the new building. So at the very top, Mr. Logan, you move up. There you go. Right in the middle of that screen. What's going on there?
So it's this area.
Yes, sir.
So that is labeled as future metal recycling.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then
which is allowed, by the way, in the site. I think I covered that, but yeah, it's also allowed in I3.
So the building to the right of that, which is the existing, I believe, where they do their business, that's going to be pulled down.
Yes.
Okay, good deal.
In the building, the black box, so to speak, that would be an area that we would construct to have any of the metal recycling that we do under roof.
Okay. And so then, would it be fair to say that all your recycling will be done inside, so it will not be outside? Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good deal. And then the issue that we now have of the water runoff running off onto Jefferson Pike, how's that going to be handled? Because that gets really flooded through that area.
So we have our engineer, if you would like, to bring Jason Repture up to let you know how he would.
Right. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
I'm Jason Repture. I'm with Barge Design Solutions, 615 3rd Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee. That's our business address.
So you prepared this document?
We did, yes.
Okay. So the runoff onto Jefferson Pike, which has been an issue for many, many years. How are we going to sort that out?
Right. So first off, instead of it being all gravel out there, it is going to now be an asphalt surface that helps with with that potential, so we don't get the track out, which was mentioned earlier. But with that, we're able to regrade, and so we're going to end up taking a lot of the water that's on the back side of the site and put that into storm structures and run that over to a pond. So that'll actually be fully diverted through a pipe structure system. The section that goes out straight out onto the street is going to have a couple of curb bumpers for the trucks. They'll be the larger ones that'll divert water at a diagonal. So it'll also get over into the ditch system, so it won't be just draining straight out. So there'll be a new ditch system along the front. We've got landscaping that'll come in there. They'll help attenuate that, and we'll address all of that as it goes through. So it'll be a lot better than what's out there now.
And the buffering, as far as the trees around the whole area, to the protection of the homes beside it, how's that going to be worked out?
So we're leaving all the vegetation on the west side of the site, so that existing vegetation will stay. But then we're now adding in as much as we can. Obviously, the site has issues with just pre-constructed areas, so we're going to try to put as much in there. So we're putting in at least a 5-foot buffer strip around the entire front and two sides. On the remaining side to the east, that is adjacent to the other junkyard that's there, that will remain pretty much as is. There's a natural bluff in there. There's actually in the back. There's actually a cut grade in the rock that's almost 20 feet tall, and that'll just have to stay as is. But there's not really another sight distance, and it's it's a junkyard that we're coming across and looking at. But that front view that everybody sees will maintain the new front. There'll be a new fence. It'll have the fabric in it, and then there'll be landscaping on both sides of that fence that'll buffer that out, look a whole lot better than it is now.
And the doors to the building will not face the road. You'll not be able to see the refuse on the floor. The building is situated to where that it's side. It goes in from the side.
Yeah. So up on the screen, so the kind of the section with that truck when they had the trucks kind of coming up was on the left-hand side of the building. And so, the trucks will come in, drive towards the building that you saw in the photos earlier. You'll drive up, but you'll see the siding of the building. They'll come off to the right of that photo, go around, and then place the waste inside the building. And this other side has that landscape buffer in place already, and then we'll have another one in that section. So you won't be able to see any of the waste activities. It will not be open air like it has been.
So as far as the elevations, any idea what type of materials you're going to be using as far as your building materials? Have you got that far yet?
As far as the construction of the
buildings themselves,
the floor, the tipping areas where we park the trailers will be concrete, and then you'll have a metal building that's attached to that. So it'll be concrete and metal building, and up in that particular area, if I'm not mistaken, we're probably going to have to move some rocks. I think I think there's a big limestone vein up there that we'll probably have to account for to get the grade right.
We will, yes. In order to get that trough in for the trucks to be able to come in on the backside, they'll be lower, so the transfer trucks, the stuff that when it gets loaded into them, they're actually at a lower elevation, and so that way they're hidden, and it also allows them to be able to get over top. And when you look at it, it's going to be about a 2.5 story building from that that side. So when you're looking at the site, it'll be about 2.5 stories.
And will you be removing all the existing junk that's out there? Will it be basically a clean lot? So
yes, sir. When we originally came and when we found a piece of property and we talked to our folks at Waste Pro, they were like, oh well, all that's got to go. That's not us. And so if you have a chance to go online and look at any of the Waste Pro facilities in the Southeast, you'll see that they're all nicely manicured, hard surfaced, and very well kept. Waste Pro, by the way, is one of the largest privately held companies in the country, and it's I think we'll do about $1.5 billion this year in gross sales, and we operate in the Southeast. So sharp focus in Nashville, Middle Tennessee, which I've lived in Middle Tennessee my whole life. And been in the garbage business for most of that, and have joined forces with Waste Pro within the last couple of years. Really believe in what they're doing. I have a financial stake in the company, and this will be a nice addition, I think, for your community from a standpoint of it gives you surety with all the chaos that's going on with Middle Point. You'll have a place for your residents, for your businesses, for your industry to have their waste taken if they so choose, and competition has an effect on price of keeping it stable, if not reducing. And so we're excited about locating here and having we've got a division in Nashville now that operates Polk Avenue. It's right in the middle of downtown. We're getting ready to move out to White Creek Pike for one of the locations, and then we're really looking forward to getting over here, and so kind of have an east and a west for Waste Pro. And this community we're really attracted to this community, and we hope to be a good partner for the city and the residents of LaVergne.
Knowing the history of the property, has a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental study been done? Or
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because one of the things that we cannot do as a company is take on someone else's environmental risk, and so those surveys have been done. Phase 1, phase 2. We've even drilled the site to make sure that there's not any issues with groundwater and things of that nature. And so, at this point, the one good thing is that it all came back clean. Because if it hadn't, I wouldn't be here.
Okay. And then for the business, you explained a little bit about is most of this going to be Rutherford County or Rutherford County, Davidson County? Explain what this is going to be used for if it gets going.
So essentially, Waste Pro in the beginning will bring half dozen roll-off trucks to that site. We'll hire drivers. We'll hire the staff to operate the building, and we'll go out and we'll get roll-off business. Could be Rutherford County, could be LaVergne, could be some of Davidson County, but generally you'll find within a 20, yeah, in a 20, 30 mile area is where the bulk of the waste will come. We don't currently have a footprint in Murfreesboro, so this would give us the ability to be there. And there's also a lot of places around, as you may well know, Waste Pro now has residential contract that was just renewed with the city of Hendersonville, and they'll operate those trucks out of the West Nashville location. And then the company that I owned that Waste Pro acquired and brought me into the fold was a company called Stinky Pinky in Clarksville, Tennessee, portable toilets. So you'll probably start seeing some portable toilet, pink portable toilets around with a skunk on the side of it. And then probably some subscription residential service as well in some of the areas that don't have municipal contracts. So that's how we'll start. And that's what we'll do. And the waste that comes in the beginning will generally be a construction and demolition, a C&D type waste, which is currently going there now. And as we're successful in building routes in this area, we'll bring some of the MSW trash into the transfer station as well.
Gentlemen, any questions?
None for me.
Anybody else want to speak this subject? For or against, please step to the podium.
Thank you.
Obviously, Mayor Cole, just so you know who this is. Go ahead, sir.
How you doing? My name's Jason Cole. My address is 7115 Beard Court. I want to speak out in support of this. The city has had several meetings about this development. We currently have a lawsuit with the current property owners trying to get it in compliance with codes, zoning, and stormwater. So from what we've seen for design, from talking with this team, this will get it in compliance with what they're proposing. My understanding, and gentlemen, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no trash that's going to be sitting out overnight at the site. It's going to be hauled away each day.
Correct.
And so for the properties that are next to this, which, Bo, can you go to the aerial Google Maps?
Oh, you just want the these photos?
Yeah, the one that's a little bit closer. Yeah, there you go.
I think the other one may be closer. There we go.
Okay. You have residential right next door to a junkyard. That's essentially what this is. One of the first questions that we discussed was cleaning this property up, as well as dealing with the dustless surface. Because this property, if you can't see, is a whole bunch of dirt. That comes out on our roads, it tracks up that area. There's a business park right across the street. So what they're proposing is going to clean that parcel up. And what we want are good business partners that are going to provide quality. That's what we've talked about since I've been here as mayor, and that's what they're proposing. So I would ask you approve it, but ultimately the decision's y'all's. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, gentlemen, I will take a motion for the subject matter as presented.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Mr. Coates, can I interject for just a moment? When we make the motion, can you clearly state that it's to grant a special exception to the I-3 zoning for the waste disposal use as proposed? Would that be a fair restatement of your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
For clarity? Get that for the record?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second. We're going to roll call vote if we would.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Gentlemen. Nothing else on the agenda. We call this meeting adjourned. It's because it gets.
Okay, welcome. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. Today is May 19th, 2025. We do have a quorum. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Our first item on the agenda here is to approve the minutes from the last meeting. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Our next item, we have to elect a vice chair. Tabitha Howard was our vice chair last year. I would like to nominate her again this year. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Tabitha, congratulations.
Thanks.
I guess the main objective of today's meeting, for me anyways, was just to update that we have added the Greenway Advisory Committee duties to this committee. So that will take place. I thought it made the most sense, and the board agreed that since a lot of our discussion here in the Beautification Committee talked about improvements to the Greenway and what we can do to beautify the area around the Greenway, so it only naturally made sense that we took on those responsibilities. With that being said, we were kind of in the middle of some things with the Greenway as far as talking about the Greenway expansion. Can you just touch on that a little bit, Andrew, what the idea was?
Okay. Yeah, so the Greenway that's currently located back here where near Shreveman is located, and the roundabout, we were going to do a 1.3 mile extension from the roundabout down to the boat ramp that is located on Stones River Road. That was going to have in the future, a couple of fishing piers. It was going to be completed in phases, but the initial phase would be the actual walking trail with a parking lot, and then hopefully in the future do a pavilion with some, like I said, fishing piers. We had originally talked about a kayak launch. The Corps had came back and said if we basically wanted to do that, then we would have to take on all the responsibilities of maintaining the parking lot. So I think back then the city stepped away from that aspect of it. We have engineering fees that we had talked about. They're roughly $400,000. Those have been pushed to the 26-27 budget year. So that basically goes through all the permit fees, the engineering, the geotechnical aspects of engineering, and then from there, BOMA would have to approve funding for the actual project.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, we had $400,000 go through from the last fiscal year, correct?
Yes, that was in the budget. Our engineering department handles that, and I believe mainly they've been tied up probably with all the construction projects the city's had. But as of right now, BOMA has moved that $410,000 to the 26-27 year fiscal budget year.
Well, we have no money from this fiscal year, or we do. It is just earmarked for the engineer department as of now.
When I had just talked to the city administrator, he told me that it would be for the 26-27 fiscal budget.
And I'll have to clarify that with the city administrator then. I believe it was in last year's budget that we had 400, I think 416.
It was right over $400,000.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that the idea behind that is if we go ahead and get the engineering done, but the money's not there to actually complete the project, then there's a timeline on that aspect also that those plans basically would not be good. So we want to be able to streamline everything at one process and complete the project and fund it all at the same time.
Yeah. And so a lot of the discussion, at least the board had this year, had leaned a little bit more away from focusing on the Greenway expansion project and trying to reserve that funding for infrastructure purposes for South Waldron Corridor and some other infrastructure. That's my understanding, right?
That is my.
I was at the meeting. That's what I got from
it.
That's. But they're kind of shying away from following through with Greenway expansion, just so we can focus a little bit more on roadway improvements around LaVergne. And as much as I love the Greenway project, would love to see this happen, I do think that there is a desperate need for the city of LaVergne to improve our infrastructure with a growing population. So that has kind of been deferred. So again, that was kind of my priority with this meeting, to bring everybody up to speed on where the board is at with funding for the Greenway project. And that's the reason why I was asking a little bit more about the budget, was because I would, however, like to see us try to do a pavilion, something at the ramp for the community. Even if that's something that we tie in Greenway expansion at a later date where we actually do the trail, the fishing piers and all of that. But I would like to see some type of pavilion, picnic area brought to Hurricane Creek Ramp in the near future, especially, like I said, if we're deferring the rest of this project, I think minimally that would be something that we could offer the community. Any other thoughts on that? Anything else that you would add? You think it's a bad idea? Don't hesitate to chime in.
We would have to take on the responsibility of upkeep on anything like a pavilion or anything like that.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I like the idea of the picnic area, or or something to that effect. Something that would be a lighter load for us to take care of, but still provides plenty for the community.
And Andrew, I believe we talked, if we do a pavilion, it will likely be up closer to the roadway. Is that correct? As opposed to down near the parking lot, because we're not.
If we were to do a pavilion, I would assume that we would still have to go through all the permitting through the Corps of Engineers. They would have to approve that. And then even at that, they may still want the city to take on the financial obligation of the entire boat ramp. So whether that includes the paving, the daily trash maintenance, the mowing of it, the actual concrete ramp going down into the water, that might be a financial obligation or stipulation that they want to include if we were to do that. So it'd have to be an avenue that we'd have to research, but.
Yeah. Do you know, does Metro take care of like Anderson Road, like that? Do they take care of that?
I'm not sure on that one.
Those boat ramps?
Yeah, it just depends. I believe some municipalities are contracted, and then some are the Corps Engineers subcontracts that out to different entities.
Anybody else have anything they want to add?
In that interim, is there any way we could do like a trash pickup organization, like a trash walk? Because it's pretty gross walking down there. Like I go that way a lot, and just there's wash up, and then there's also just discard trash down there. And I don't put my kayak in there because there's a lot of fishing debris around.
Specifically around Hurricane Creek?
Yeah, so like when you take the not real Greenway all the way down, it's pretty trashy in some parts.
On that, I wonder, I know that on the stormwater board, they were talking about doing like creek cleanups sometime. I wonder if we could join forces with them and see if we can.
Yeah, I know Alexandra Thompson, that's on the stormwater team. She does creek cleanups around LaVergne, so that's definitely somebody we'd want to reach out to and partner with there.
What was the name again?
It's Alexandra Thompson.
I know a couple years ago they did one, and they partnered with like a couple sponsors.
I believe there's some corporate companies that came in and had a trash pickup day. We had a dumpster there at the main parking lot and some portable restrooms, and that's a great idea too. Possibly speaking out to some companies to see if they'd like to sponsor, because they use their community service hours for their job.
I know that I think it's one of the big trash companies does like a bunch of community outreach for stuff like that. I think it's WM does community outreach stuff. They might be a really good sponsor.
I do also want to add that the 5 informational signs that are on the Greenway have been taken out, and they are actually going to be put back in hopefully this week. They have been updated. Just the imaging and words were starting to fade from the original Greenway project, so that is a update. I just want to give you info on.
Is this expansion that we're looking at at the roundabout, that part that's like kind of the cracked pavement back there?
Yes, it's like the old road bed that goes down alongside the lake.
Yeah, great suggestion. I did, with our next meeting being listed here until October 20th, 2025, I don't know how aggressive y'all want to be about this, but I mean, I'm going to make a motion that we increase our meeting frequencies, that we just follow up behind Parks and Rec every other month.
I like that.
I mean, if we really want to do something, we can't do something,
It was really
organize
difficult.
something every 4 months, you know? I would, you know, if we meet right behind Parks and Rec 2 months from now, I would expect us by then to have a confirmed trash pickup, have that sorted out, and be able to make an announcement about a date and how we're moving forward with that. That'll give me plenty of time to talk to Bruce to see if the pavilion idea is a no-go with budget or not, and we can talk a little bit more about that next time.
I agree. I think as long as we're having like more consistent projects, then I think every other month makes the most sense.
Yeah.
I think we were just like really stale for a while there.
It's hard for us to make movement with meeting every 4 months. I mean, it's good to talk ideas and stuff, but it's hard for us to actually be active in those ideas.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point.
Yeah. So if we're all in agreement, so that would put our next meeting at what date?
I think it was July 21st. July 21st.
Okay. Is everybody in agreement on that?
Yes.
Sounds like a good idea?
Yeah. I just won't be in town on the 21st.
I can do that.
Okay. Okay. Does that work for everybody? Anybody else have anything else they wanted to add? Like I said, today was more of just I definitely wanted to, with us not having a quorum last month, I definitely wanted to get everybody together, bring everybody up to speed with the changes, so everybody was on the same page, and I'm glad we're able to move up to a little bit more frequent meetings to get things moving. So I guess for next, in July, we plan to have a date in mind for the trash pickup. And again, I will get with Bruce and talk to him a little bit more about the budget. And then we can pick up a pavilion discussion if there is funds to be had.
I also, I actually emailed Alexandra in the parking lot here on my way here, asking about the pickup, if you want me to get in contact with you about that afterwards.
That would be great. I'll go ahead and delegate that to you, Ashley. And you can feel free to reach out with me, any updates with a firm date, anything like that.
Cool.
That'll be great. Anything else? All right. Well, I think with that, I will call this meeting adjourned.
Researchers certainly go to extreme lengths to observe primates, whether prosimian, monkey, or ape. But when it comes down to the survival of a species, it's certainly worth it. Ow. I think. Ever wonder what the difference is between an ape and a monkey? Or what makes an ape great? Ever dream of making a lifetime career in the jungles of Africa? Or wonder what you can do to help save an endangered species right from your own home? It's all ahead on The Great Ape Story. Conservation work is seldom easy, but the need for it is critical. And as you'll see, the rewards extend far beyond a single animal or habitat. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador, and this is a program on primates. More specifically, this is The Great Ape Story. It's estimated that there are over 600 species of primates in the world. And before we zero in on the great apes, let's take a quick look at some of the differences, similarities, and classifications in Primates 101. The order Primates consists of two major suborders: prosimians, such as lemurs and lorises, and anthropoids, which include monkeys, apes, and even humans. Let's start with the monkeys. You've got your Old World monkeys, coming from Europe, Asia, and Africa, and your New World monkeys, coming from the Americas. The obvious differences between Old and New World monkeys have to do with the shape of their noses, the number of teeth, the range of their territory, and tail usage. Most New World monkeys can use their tails for grasping at branches. They have prehensile tails. On the other hand, Old World monkeys with tails can use them for balance when jumping, but they can't wrap them around branches to help them hang on. There's also a difference between monkeys and apes. The easiest way to figure out monkey or ape is to look for a tail. Most monkeys have tails, but no apes have tails. Overall, monkeys are more like other mammals than apes and humans are. For example, because of their skeletal structure, monkeys move more like a cat or a dog than apes and humans. And on the evolutionary line leading to humans, most scientists believe that monkeys split off long before apes did. Are you ready to graduate to Primates 102? Moving on to the two categories of apes. There are the lesser apes found in Southeast Asia with features that make them distinctly different than our featured creatures, the great apes. Of all terrestrial mammals, apes seem to most resemble humans. They can walk upright, they have human-like features, they're social creatures which form family groups, and they make and use tools. Maybe that's why we're so fascinated by them. We can relate. There are 4 species of great apes: chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gorillas. Each has its similarities, each its differences. One thing they do all have in common: they are all very endangered. But before we jump ahead to conservation, let's get to know a little bit more about each ape individually. Chimpanzees are found in Central and West Africa, where the region consists of humid forest, deciduous woodland, or mixed savanna. They eat fruits, seeds, stems, bark, insects, and meat, with 90% of their diet coming from fruits and vegetation. Chimps live an average of 30 to 40 years in the wild, but can reach up to 55 years of age in managed situations like zoological parks. Chimpanzees' arms are very long, which make them good climbers and allow them to move quickly through trees and branches. And they have opposable thumbs, which they use for many things, including creating and using tools. They've been known to use sticks to fish out termites to eat and crumpled leaves to soak up water to drink. Genetically, it's believed chimps are more like humans than any other mammal. And like us, they're very social animals, using facial expressions, vocalizations, and even kisses to communicate with members of their group. As they age, their fur turns gray, and they even go bald. related to the chimpanzee is the highly endangered bonobo. Bonobos can only be found in one country in the whole world, the rainforests of Africa's Congo, in a small range between the Zaire and the Kasai rivers. This limited territory may serve as a detriment to this species' survival, as habitat loss becomes more prevalent with encroaching activities. At first glance, bonobos look similar to chimpanzees, being about the same height at the shoulder. But the bonobo's overall build is more slender, and they can weigh 20% less than chimps. They have rounder heads with flatter muzzles, smaller ears, and hairy tufts on either side of their head. Bonobos spend more time in the trees than their chimpanzee cousins, confidently leaping among the branches, and even walking upright along them like a tightrope walker. Like chimps, bonobos have complex communication abilities and close family structures, particularly mother and offspring, including not only babies, but fully grown sons. Another member of the great ape family is the orangutan, which literally means person of the forest. Orangutans are the only great ape from Asia, specifically Sumatra and Borneo. Their limited range of natural habitat has been significantly reduced in recent years due to logging and development. This, combined with hunting, has put the orangutan on the endangered species list. Orangs live up to 50 years of age, and unlike other great apes, are solitary by nature. This may be related to their need for huge quantities of fruits and plants to eat. Travel in pairs or groups would mean more competition for a limited food source. A couple unique features of the male orangutan are the enormous cheek pads around its face and the large throat sac. This sac enables them to make long calls, a sound which helps them define their territory. Rounding out the great apes is the gorilla, which is found in Central Africa. The western lowland gorillas range includes the People's Republic of Congo, Gabon, Central African Republic, and Equatorial Guinea. The mountain gorilla is found in Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Like the other great ape species, they eat mostly plants, but also some invertebrates such as termites and ants. Even with a mostly vegetarian diet, males can weigh up to 400 pounds, and females can weigh over 200 pounds. As the males mature, they acquire a silvery gray color across their back and upper thighs, giving them the title of silverback. As intimidating as they may appear, silverbacks are tender caregivers, often babysitting for their offspring when the female needs to forage on her own without the interruption of her playful young. Like the other great apes, gorillas are endangered, primarily as a result of habitat loss and logging, war in the region, and poaching or illegal hunting. But through conservation efforts, attempts are being made to preserve their habitats. One example, Busch Gardens supported the Mbeli Bai study of western lowland gorillas in the northern Congo. This resulted in groundbreaking data that will help us understand this species and their habitat needs. Gaining a better understanding of a species is an important piece of the conservation puzzle, and the information field researchers collect provides a crucial foundation. Next, you'll meet two researchers whose interest in primates took them from Tampa, Florida, to the African jungles.
While I was working at Busch Gardens with the chimps and gorillas, I wrote a lot of the projects that were out in the field. In 1995, Busch Gardens started funding a western lowland gorilla study in northern Congo. And at that point, I contacted them, and through the affiliation with Busch Gardens, I was able to go out to Mbeli Bai, the Gorilla Study Center, and work as a volunteer.
Dave got his start as an inquisitive zoo camper at Busch Gardens, Tampa, when he was only 6 years old.
During zoo camp, they would take us out on the feed truck once in a while, and I always looked forward to that because it we got to see behind the scenes and get up close to the animals and feed them.
These up-close experiences left a lasting impression on Dave. His 4 years as a zoo camper laid the groundwork for what would later become his life's work. After college, he accepted a conservation position at Busch Gardens Tampa, which then led him to Africa. After spending time on the gorilla study at Mbeli Bai, Dave transferred his focus to chimpanzees.
We're monitoring a community of chimpanzees that are found in an area called the Gualogo Triangle. And over a period of time, we hope to learn about the size of the community, just how many chimps are in that area, and how far these chimpanzees range, what sizes their groups are, what kind of foods they're eating, and what type of forest they need to survive. And we hope to use this information to better prepare other areas where chimpanzees will be affected by humans that are moving in.
Most chimpanzees have learned to fear humans.
There are still forests where the animals don't know human beings, and they're still intact, and we can help protect those forests.
Deep down, I always knew that I wanted to go to Africa, and in my heart, I knew I'd get there somehow, but the Mbeli Bai study allowed me to get into the field and follow my dream.
In the late 1990s, Busch Gardens conservation specialist Tina Goody traded in the creature comforts of home for the extreme creatures of the Ndoki National Park in the African Congo. The Lowland Gorilla Research Project at Mbeli Bai provides valuable information in understanding the behaviors and habitat needs of this animal. And for Tina, the project required intense, hands-on data collection in a very unique location.
This observation study, which is the longest running study of its kind, has actually been able to look into the world of the western lowland gorilla, which has been virtually unable to be seen due to the dense forest area. At first glance, you look at a gorilla, they all look the same from a distance. But using telescopes, video cameras, and still photography, we were able to look at nostrils, nose prints, coloration differences in size and behavior to identify all these gorillas.
After about a year at Mbeli Bai, Tina returned to her job at Busch Gardens Tampa, but she came back with a greater understanding of gorillas and new information that was shared and applied on site.
Anheuser-Busch has supported the Mbeli Bai project for several years, and one of the most important supports of that is to actually bring this information back into the park, into Busch Gardens, into education, to teach people about this wonderful place and these amazing animals and how to conserve it for the future.
If you've ever thought about field research as a part of your career path, take some tips from an expert.
Follow your dream. Take the steps to make that dream come true. Field researchers are always looking for a way to get people that are dedicated and inspired involved and in the field. We can do this together. We can make a difference.
Close your eyes and imagine a place where endangered primates can roam safely, where they can forage for food from real plants and trees, swing from branches, and keep cool in the midst of a waterfall. Now open your eyes and take a look at one such place, Mayombe Reserve, the Great Ape Domain at Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida. The goal of any zoological park is to offer an entertaining and educational experience for guests, while providing a nurturing, comfortable home for the animal. But beyond this accomplishment lies an even greater opportunity: to study the animal and its environment and to impact its survival. Zoological parks strive for naturalistic habitats which allow for and encourage behaviors primates exhibit in the wild. Busch Gardens Tampa identified the need for a state-of-the-art primate environment and spent 6 years planning their great ape habitat. Mayombe would contain almost 3 acres of terrain, with the chimps and gorillas each having 12,000 square feet of their own yard space. You guys have space, you give them enrichment, it takes a lot of work, but what behaviors then are you gratified to see that, they would be the same types of behaviors that you might see out in the wild or something like that?
They have a lot of social behaviors here that you would see in the wild. The main one is grooming. They do a lot of grooming to help appease some of those social conflicts. Also tool use. They use tools in the wild to get termites out of mounds. We actually have an artificial termite mound here, and they use it exactly like they would in the wild by using sticks from their habitat to find the proper ones to fit to get out their goods.
Really? So they go and they find just the right stick, or do they actually modify it as well?
Usually they just go out and find the proper sticks, and they will break it down if it's too long.
I've seen the adults use the tools to get inside the termite mound. Have you actually seen the baby use them yet?
Yes, he started, of course, just watching as a youngster with his mom, and now he's progressed so much that he actually will gather his own tools and use them in the termite mound.
Oh, that is so cool. Busch Gardens spent over 9 months constructing this habitat, and great effort went into recreating the varied terrain of West Central Africa, including the creation of rolling hills, rock outcroppings, caves, and waterfalls. The attempt to make this habitat similar to the ape's natural environment is one aspect important to their overall well-being.
There's different deadfalls throughout the yard and also different levels, and the different levels is to encourage them to climb, and of course the deadfalls, there's some that are laying on their side to encourage balancing, walking over different objects, and climbing as well. And the waterfalls, yes, they will go down occasionally and just to look at the water and the fish and the turtles that are in the water as well.
What are some of the things that you've seen them do out here, some of the activities and behaviors?
We try to do something different for them each and every day, so they'll have a different activity. As I said, we do have the termite mound. We do have actually holes drilled in some of their deadfalls, so we can put peanut butter and things like that in for them to manipulate and get out.
This attention to detail gives the animal a natural sense of home, but it also serves another purpose. With the largest glass viewing area in the U.S., Mayambi gives guests an up-close and personal look at how gorillas and chimpanzees live on a daily basis. Is it necessary to consider all these details in the making of an exhibit? The answer is yes, if it helps in the preservation of a species. As part of their conservation efforts, Busch Gardens participates in the internationally recognized Species Survival Plan, or SSP. Many animals have been helped by this cooperative management program designed to maintain genetic diversity of an endangered species. In simple terms, the SSP helps keep the gene pool healthy. So I know this year we had 2 new male gorillas transferred from the Denver Zoo. Was that part of a species survival plan?
Correct. We did have a male gorilla and his son come in, Kundu, who's 27, and his son, who is 7 years old. It's very important to relocate animals according to the species survival plan in hopes that they'll have offspring and to produce a more widespread gene pool.
And were they able to be introduced to the rest of the group right away?
We had to go through a slow introduction just so they could visually see each other, and then we had them so they could touch each other, and then we got to the step where we could actually put them in together.
So I would imagine that in the future we get some breeding?
Yes, we're hoping that our male Kundu will breed with one of our females.
A healthy habitat is crucial to the well-being of an animal, and Mayambi has been a proving ground for the success of a well-planned environment for great apes. But it also provides a setting to help educate the general public about chimpanzees and gorillas, as well as playing a critical role in helping to conserve the species. Ultimately, what we can learn about these animals will only aid in the fight to save them.
Mayambi is great because the guests can come in and get an up-close view of the animals and gain a respect for the animals, and then you can teach them how important it is to get a conservation message out to them so they can get educated and know what they have to do to help save the species.
A little farther from home, in Kenya to be exact, there's a safe place for chimps who have not had the best of care. Connected to the Jane Goodall Institute, Sweetwater's Chimpanzee Sanctuary is the only one of its kind in Kenya and is home to 26 orphaned and rescued chimps who have found a wonderful place to expend their energy. What's so special about chimps?
Well, any which way you look at it, they are our closest relatives. They are active compared to the orangutans and the gorillas, as you see. They hardly sit still for 2 seconds. They got a great sense of humor.
But these chimps weren't laughing much before they came to Sweetwater's. Abused or abandoned, many of them were orphaned when their parents were killed by illegal hunting or from habitat loss from logging of the rainforest and even from the illegal pet trade. What's going to stop this in the end?
We have to stop to buy any tropical timber. We have to stop the complete ruin and cutting down of their habitat, which is also the habitat of a lot of other animals that needs protection. Because if we get rid of the rainforest, there's a lot of other issues involved. Apart from all the animals, there's medical plants there, we don't even know what they are, which chimps knows certain medical plants and what they're used for that we haven't even found yet. And to destroy all this without having sought the knowledge is sacrilege to me.
In the meantime, the chimps are safe at Sweetwaters, with plenty of space to roam and lots of food to eat. And like the chimps at Mayombe, the Sweetwater chimps play an important role in educating the public. What are some of the things that you think of from a zookeeper standpoint that they can do, from a zoo standpoint that they can do to help the situation?
Well, first of all, information to the public, of course. Information education to the public that visits the zoos of what the status is like in the wild, and also what the problems are. The problems of the bushmeat, the problems of the logging, the byproduct of it, which we get, and the problem we have on looking after them simply because nothing's free in this world. And as we know, chimps live for 50 years or more.
Well, you guys are doing a wonderful job here at Sweetwater Sanctuary, and Jane Goodall Institute has done a wonderful job of setting it up and making sure we do have a place to care for these elephants.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
March 12, 2003 marked a special day in the history of Busch Gardens, Tampa. For the first time ever, a baby orangutan was born at this zoological park. Safe and healthy, adding another member to the family of orangutans at Busch Gardens.
Alina, you are so cute. You just keep getting cuter. Yes, you do.
She is so adorable.
Yes, this is Alina. Hi. She's a 10-month-old Bornean orangutan, and she was born here at Busch Gardens. And her name, Alina, is actually Malaysian, and it means to create a friendly and sociable nature, which she does because every time somebody sees her, they smile.
Absolutely. Now, when did you find out that her mom, Dayak, was pregnant?
We found out, it was about a month into her pregnancy when we found out that she was expecting. And one of the things that we started right away with Dayak is a maternal training program for her, because we realized that she had been hand-raised at the zoo where she was born. So we wanted to make sure that she had as many skills as possible to help take care of Alina when she was born.
What were some of the most important behaviors that you were thinking about teaching Dayak before the actual birth?
Some of the things that we did is because she was also a first-time mother, we trained her on different behaviors like bringing novel objects to the mesh and holding them at the mesh for a couple minutes. So in case she wouldn't let Alina nurse, we could actually bottle feed Alina because she would hold the baby up against the mesh. And then with her dad, Skinny, we started teaching him a behavior of gentle because we wanted to make sure that he was very gentle with her. So we would take a stuffed animal, orangutan, and present it at the mesh and ask him to touch it gently, things like that.
After all the preparation, there were complications with the birth, and the decision was made to hand-raise Alina. Coffee explains why.
We think one of the main reasons is because she had to have an emergency cesarean, which means that she never had a natural birth, so she basically had no idea where Alina came from. And since she was a first-time mother as well, that connection just never clicked. We decided that we were going to give her 24-hour care if that needed to happen, if we needed to hand-raise her. So she's been having 24-hour care ever since the day that she was born, and that really makes a big difference in a great ape's psychological development, is having that 24-hour care, because that's what they would get with their mother.
Alina quickly became an ambassador to teach people about orangutans and the other great apes as well. Coffee, do you find that the public is very interested in her?
Very, very interested in her. What we've done is we bring her up to the Nairobi field station here and have her there in front of the windows for about an hour every day. We have a keeper on the sidewalk educating, so we make sure to get the right message across, and it is really neat to see someone walk up who has no idea about what a great ape is like or what they're about, and then 20 minutes later have that person walk away with a completely different understanding, knowing all about orangutans, what it's like to hand raise them, and their plight in the wild. So it's worked out really well for us.
What a difference one little baby can make, huh?
She's educated a lot of people.
Now, what about her future? What's in store for her?
We hope to do an introduction with the adults probably in the next couple months, because we want to make sure that she knows how to be an orangutan, and the longer she's with an orangutan mom, the more likely she is going to be to take care of her own offspring. So of course we want her to be a good mother when the time comes.
Around the world, people are pulling together to help save the great apes. Birute Galdikas, president and co-founder of the Orangutan Foundation International, has devoted her life's work to helping this endangered species.
OFI is an organization that is dedicated to the preservation of orangutans and the tropical rainforest habitat in the wild.
What do you look as your most satisfying change that has happened since 1971 when you first went there to right now?
Well, the most important change, and it's very profound, is that the national park, which then didn't exist, is now protected.
Through education about the plight of orangutans, the #1 source of habitat destruction, logging, has been stopped in this park. OFI's partnerships with organizations such as Busch Gardens help increase awareness and ultimately aid in the fight to preserve this precious habitat.
Education is the first step in increasing awareness, increasing consciousness that these problems do exist in the real world, that orangutan populations are going extinct. People need to know about this. And so all the education programs that Busch Gardens has are very valuable in this regard.
Results from a study determine the future course of a project and can send researchers down unexpected paths. So when the original mission changes direction, flexibility is crucial.
The mission of OFI has changed over the years in the sense that initially we were concentrating on the orangutans themselves, but now most of our effort is going to protect the habitat, you know?
Because without habitat, you're not going to have any wild orangutans or other animals anyway.
Exactly.
A lot of caring people at Orangutan Foundation International, Busch Gardens, and other organizations are working together to make a difference in the plight of the great apes and add one more baby to the population count. Her name is Alina.
Even though you may not live in Africa or Asia, there are many things that you can do to aid in the preservation of great apes and other endangered species right from your own backyard. First, be an informed consumer. Logging is a major cause of habitat loss, so refuse to buy wood from the rainforest. Wood such as teak, mahogany, and rosewood, unless it's certified sustainable and legal. Even being aware of where your paper products come from can make a big difference. Palm oil and other plantation exports often harm forest habitat as well. Secondly, ecotourism is growing more and more popular, and it's getting easier to visit lodges and sanctuaries where these animals actually live. This helps the economy, which motivates locals to save species and habitat. Support organizations that you know help endangered species. Send a donation to the organization of your choice. Become aware of their programs and see how you might get involved. And lastly, contact your local zoological park. Find out what they're doing to raise awareness and help conserve these species. As I said at the beginning, conservation work is seldom easy. But at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, we don't just think it's worth the effort, we know it is. Change always starts with just one person. Will it be you? I'm Julie Scardina, saying thanks for caring about the great ape story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Welcome. It is 5:03, May 12th, 2025, and this is the LaVergne Library Board meeting. We'll call this meeting to order, and I just did that. We do have a quorum. You have the minutes from March 10th in front of you. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. We'll go on to our orders of business. The first one is something that I had planned to do when I was on the library board previously, and I didn't realize that there was term limits. So I had it all prepared, and then they're like, oh, no, you're not on it anymore. So I wanted to and kind of bring this up and talk about, too, that the library board now is part of the history committee, or the history board is kind of merged into the library board now. So if you wanted to start thinking about anything that we might can do, any ideas, it's my understanding they did not have very many meetings, so I don't know that there's any minutes that we could look back on. But, you know, just kind of start thinking about it, if there's anything y'all want to do. But what this is, if y'all remember out here, the old log cabin that sat out there, this is a painting that I'd had done by a local artist, and I'll show it to the camera up here.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'll pass it down if you want to look at it. And then I made up this little plaque about it, and I'll read it. It says, the old log cabin, discovered around the year 2000 inside a residence off Stones River Road, the 20 by 15 structure was found within the kitchen area of a larger home. Owners of the building added rooms around the cabin over the years, and many residents who visited the home were not even aware of the original cabin. I sat in the house several times and talked to them and didn't have any idea that there was a log cabin inside it, former Mayor Mike Webb said. I'd say it's from at least the 1850s. The local Civil War buff Mark Sloan said, I've seen a map of it, a map from 1867, and it was on the land at that time. This cabin was moved to Bicentennial Park at LaVergne City Hall in May 2001. The cabin remained at this location until September 2021, when it was sold to a reclamation company in Shelbyville, Tennessee, and was carefully disassembled and preserved. The logs and stone are destined to live on as vintage furniture and fixtures around the region. This plaque and accompanied custom artwork by Penelope Jane, presented to the LaVergne Public Library by the then LaVergne Library Board, Glenn Green, Dennis Waldron, Bridget Cole, Gary Frazier, Kamisha Sadler, and Linda Steed, December 2021. So I'll let you see that, and we'll pass this down here.
Nice.
So she did a really good job. I actually have she did 3 of them, and I bought all 3 because I wanted a couple in my house.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty neat. So because, you know, Donna has that great history room over there. So, you know, she can put that in there if she wants to, and just kind of wanted to use it as a little thing that I didn't get to do, and to help kind of remind us that we are part of the history committee now. So we can, if you all have any ideas, feel free to email Donna something, and you know, we can add it to the agendas and get it going. Okay.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you for donating that to the
Sure.
history room.
Sure, absolutely. Next order of business, introduction of the Historical Committee under the umbrella of the Library Board. We just talked about that. Did you have anything to add to that?
No,
Okay.
you did great.
Next item is the library fire system replacement. Believe that's tomorrow, right?
Yes, yes.
Good. Yep, just the evacuation panel, and then everything will be brand new, so that's good. Library outdoor sign repair and software upgrade. Anything to add on that? I know it's working every time I go by and I see something new on it.
Right, the sign is up and it's working great. It's been interesting. When the sign was down, Tammy and I both would think, oh, we could put this on the sign. Oh, we could put this on the sign. And now it's been like, what are we going to put on the sign? But with summer reading coming up, we will have a lot of things to put up.
You can put all your
So right
programs
now
up.
we are promoting our kickoff for summer reading.
Awesome.
But it's so nice to have it up and going again.
Yep, that is good. The curbside book return bin. I meant to mention it to you when I was over there last. I did see it. It looks great.
Thank you. It's working well. We have had many books put in. The first week that we had, I would see people pull up and they would look at it, and then they would park and bring it up to our old book drop. So one day when I was out there, I said, you can put them in here and we will take them out. We check it 3 or 4 times a day. And since then, a lot of use. And I think it's great, like at night or if it's raining, which has been doing a lot of. So we are very happy to have that.
That's awesome. Yep, that was a good buy. Next item. Did anybody have any questions on anything so far? Any remarks? Next item is the 2025-2026 library budget. The first reading of ordinance 2025-14 to adopt the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. That was at the last Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting, and it did pass. There'll be one more reading for that at the June meeting?
Yes, at the June
Yep.
meeting. And you will see right after your agenda, I did put the revised budget there, the one that we talked about. The biggest line item, which I'm so excited about, is the employee education and training. We went from $300 to $1,250.
That's great.
And
That's awesome. Yep.
it's like the universe knew that we had a little bit of money. So I've been getting all of these advertisements from ALA and different e-learning saying, would your staff like to do this? This is a great training for your staff, which has been fun. It's been great to look at. So I'm looking forward to getting each and every one of our staff something to do to get a certificate. One really neat thing that came about, which I can just see 3 of mine wanting to jump on, is e-learning through ALA is offering sign language. And we have a lot of signing people who come into the library. And so I think that would be wonderful. They have 3 courses. The first one is a basic, and then it goes up a little bit higher and a little bit higher. And so I'm going to see who would be interested in that and see if we can get our education started. Any questions on the budget? Everything else is the same that we talked about?
No questions. I'm just really excited that people are continuing their education and growing. That is paramount, especially in the library with technology moving so fast.
Absolutely.
I am so happy that that's the way that is. So that is awesome.
And there's a lot of tech classes that we can take through MTAS. And I know Glenn has found some things for us to kind of help them keep up. Glenn has even offered like Excel, Access, different things for them to take. So we're excited about that. And anything free that we can do, we'll be happy to do, but we're very willing and can pay for things now.
Awesome.
Anything else on that one? We'll go to FYI and updates. We've got the library report that was presented at the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting, and the paper dumpster issue resolved. The dumpster was removed. That would resolve it.
That'll fix it.
It just became terrible. We would clean it out, and I even tried to put paper only on there, and then the next day I would come and there were garbage bags and there were tires and all sorts of things, and that kept on for a couple of weeks after we had talked about it. So I talked with Felicia, and she said, let me just call them, and the dumpster people even had said they were going to reach out to us because of course, they couldn't take that. And so they removed it. In fact, I came to work one day and it was gone. So, problem solved. And it's sad because a lot of the patrons did bring a lot of their papers to dump in there, a lot of newspapers. We could take cardboard, so sadly, we're not doing that anymore, but we don't have a dump right there.
You could possibly ask Felicia if you could get like just a container, because, you know, we have the shredded company that does the stuff that's locked in the containers, but they might take just, you know, you wouldn't have to lock it in the container. It could just be a garbage container. They might make a stop there and pick it up like they do the other ones.
That's a possibility.
At least people could bring newspapers and things like that. They obviously, I don't know if bring cardboard, that might be too much, but, you know, it's something she could ask about.
Sure, that's a great idea.
Are you having that same trouble with the regular dumpster?
We do, but it's manageable because it's not paper that's in there and they're not dumping on top of that. But yes, we have had car parts. And like I showed you before, we've had the sofa put up on top.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And,
yes, I even ask.
We've had tires, all sorts of things in there that were not library trash.
Well, problem solved on that one. Did you want to go over to the library report or anything?
Sure, I'd just like to hold it up and let you all see. This is the report that I gave to BOMA. We do give our numbers each month, but I have found that the public and BOMA enjoy seeing the different things that we're doing. So I try to highlight a little something each month. Of course, the library board's up there because we do welcome public to come to the library board to listen. And then, of course, our closure on Memorial Day and the Saturday before. And then we highlighted our summer reading and our kickoff. And then I always include the month's calendar that has been shrunk a little bit. So we have May's program dates and then children's library events. Our story times, our last story time was May 8th, so that we can start preparing for summer reading. And it was a lot of fun, these last couple of story times. This last one, for their craft, they potted a plant for their mother, or their grandmother, or their daddy.
Nice.
So it was a lot of fun.
Great.
Any questions on the programs?
I'm just thankful for all the things that you offer. It's amazing.
Yes. All right. Library closures. Do you want to go over those? Do you want me to go over those?
I'll just run over them
all
really
right.
quick. If you see RDO, that's regular day off. Because all city offices, except of course fire and first responders, get a weekend when we have a holiday, we have chosen to take an RDO, a regular day off, so we're all off that day. So we will be off on Saturday the 24th and Monday the 26th, and that way it will give our staff a 3-day weekend, and that's for Memorial Day. Thursday, June 19th, we will be closed for Juneteenth. And please stop by the week before Juneteenth and a little bit after. We're going to have a fabulous display that a couple of our staff members are working on, and we're going to have some giveaways. We have some really nice handheld fans with Juneteenth and the meaning of Juneteenth on it. Friday, July 4th is Independence Day. That's a holiday and we're closed, and so we are taking Saturday, July 5th as an RDO for staff.
Oh, okay. Schools visit the library.
Okay. Today, it was a great day. This was the second annual time that Dr. Jackson from Roy Waldron School brought her staff over to our meeting room for an away from campus in-service. They said it feels so homey and welcoming, and they feel like they get a lot accomplished because they're not in the school where they're thinking, oh, I need to run down to my room real quick, or, oh, I should be doing this. This way they get to focus on whatever subject they're training on. And so, of course, this was year 2, and we were very pleased to have them, and Dr. Jackson was very happy to be there. Wednesday, May 14th, we have LaVergne Lake Elementary. The ESL teachers will host a family library night. I think this is about the 3rd time that they have done this. The translators from their school will be there to be available to assist parents with applying for a library card for themselves and the children. And that's always a fun night. And staff was there to help show them around and introduce them to the story time room and to the children's room. So the whole school was a little bit jealous, so they called me, and on Wednesday, the following Wednesday, May 21st, LaVergne Lake Elementary School will host a family library night for all students and their families to visit. So we are excited about those 2 Wednesdays. We'll be able to give away our summer reading schedule and talk about summer reading and talk about the importance to the family to keep those children reading throughout the summer.
That last one is fantastic. I mean, that'll get some, that may not even know about
Absolutely.
the library and get them involved in it and everything. So that's just great.
Trying to think, last year at the ESL one, we had like 80 some odd people apply for library cards, because if you get your child one, a parent needs to have one. And so we were getting parents' cards, and then we were getting children's cards. So it's a great way to get those families in there. And so many of them will say, I did not know this was a library. So it's a good way to get the word out.
Yep. All right, the next item is 2025 Summer Reading Kickoff, Color Our World.
Color Our World. We are so excited about Color Our World. The kickoff will be Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. People will come in, sign up for a library card, sign up for summer reading. If they need to sign up for a library card, they can. They'll receive a book bag. We'll have outside activities, weather permitting. We'll be blowing bubbles, sidewalk chalk drawing, face painting. We will have our 2 beautiful mermaids there again, and much, much more. It's a really fun day. But it is not the only day. If you can't make it on Saturday, you can come in any time during our summer reading, which is May 31st through July 19th. Sign up and get your reading bag and jump on in. And do you want me to just keep going, Glenn?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to go down, then we're going to look a little bit in the schedule. So Color Our World 2025 is, of course, May 31st through July 19th. It's for all ages, birth to 99 plus. We have had 98-year-olds who have signed up. I think that's the oldest so far. So if you know someone 99 or 100, tell them about our program. You read or listen to books to earn prizes. You attend fabulous programs. And you reach your summer reading goal to be invited to a finale party. Usually our finale party is a skate party at Smyrna West, which is always fun, but it's always on a Friday. Not all the family gets to come. It's just the small group of family. So this time we decided to do it on a Saturday, and we decided to do something really different. And thanks to our city attorneys who have helped make this happen, we're going to do a foam teen party. If you do not know what foam party is, Google it. Look at some of the pictures. This will be July 19th from 1:30 to 3:30. Be sure to wear play clothes or clothes you don't mind getting wet, and water shoes to come play in the foam. It's a great way to end summer reading. With the foam team party, when I was talking to Mr. Wakefield, who is the owner of this business, he said, Donna, would you like 1 cannon or 2 cannons? And I said, Mr. Wakefield, what do the cannons do? And he said, it will blast out the foam. They have a solution. He says it does not burn eyes. It's like baby shampoo. It's very sensitive. Kids with sensitive skin, they have never had a problem with it. But they'll start out by laying a layer of foam, and then the kids can get in, and then they will keep layering according to the age and size of the children. So the little bitty ones may have foam about this high, but the great big ones, if they want it, may have foam about this size. He gives them shovels, pool noodles, and buckets, and they get to have fun in this foam. It's easy to clean up. It dissipates. He said then they just spray it down, and off you go. So it should be something really fun. But please do Google foam parties, or especially foam team parties, because that's the group that we're using.
Where is it going to be?
Well, that's the question of the year.
Oh, okay.
I have these great ideas, and in my mind, I think this place would be great. And then when I walk out there, I'm thinking it's not so great. So David Wakefield is going to come over, and we're going to walk around just to see where would be a great place. He says it's better on concrete or asphalt, but grass is very doable. So I was thinking backyard, but as we were back there, it kind of slopes. And it's not very huge. He says 1 cannon needs 100 by 100 feet space. I'm thinking about over by the gazebo, in the middle, behind SIB. But we need to have a water supply and electricity. So David assures me, no worry, that is not a foam stopper, that he will come by and we will walk around and see where we can find.
I wonder, would you want to do it on the football field or something in the park, or do you want?
Well, the park is also going to have one. I think they're going to have a after-school event. Katie, am I correct on that? June 2nd.
Yeah, there will be one. There will be another foam party in LaVergne in short time. So you'll have 2 opportunities to foam party this summer.
Gotcha.
But they were very nice to not put a foam party before ours, to let us kind of be the heroes of the first foam party. But then they're also going to have one, and the kids will know what it's all about and be excited. So we need to find some place close to the library. So I'm going to go on a field trip around and see what I can find.
Okay.
So I would love to do the parking lot, but where will the people park?
Right. You'll find a place.
We will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have all faith we will find a place.
That sounds great. I've never heard of that before, so I'm going to look that up.
And before we move on, just very quickly, you have the schedule. This is what we're going to be giving out to everyone who comes into the library. It is the schedule of events, and it is color-coded. Events that are red are for 18 and above. Events yellow are 12 to 17. Events green are for ages 8 to 12. Events on pink are for babies. And events on blue are for all ages. And if you notice, we have a lot of blue. We wanted to make sure this was a family event, a family summer reading. But we wanted the teens to also have a little bit of teen time. And then the adults, they're going to get their time in there also. And the babies is on Thursdays, and Sherry will do a books and baby story time, which is always so much fun. So we have a lot going on. We have some new people this year. On June the 9th, we have Miss Calliope, Color and Sounds, Music Abounds. She plays instruments, she sings, she gets the children involved. This is the very first time we've had her, and I look forward to that. Becky is still doing family craft night on Tuesdays, and June 10th would be Play with Newton's Colors. And they're going to make color wheels and talk about all of the different color wheels that I don't truly understand, but she was very excited about it. Becky was a teacher, so she is all into that. June the 11th is for ages 8 to 12. This is also something new and different, and this does require registration so that we'll know how many are coming. It's Who Speaks for Earth, Nature Songwriting. So they're going to come in, she's going to play a few songs that she has published, and then they get to help her write a song. And so we're really excited about that. International Folk Fest again. That's going to be on June the 12th. We need to really get this out to our senior center also because they enjoy coming. It's Puerto Rico this year, so it should be a great time. The teens are doing a Sharpie tie-dye. Kayla is doing a Just Draw class again this year. And we have a citizen and a patron from the city of LaVergne. He loves to make masks. He used to do it with his young son, and it is Chuck Isbell. And Chuck has been saving up ever since Halloween all of these materials to help build masks. He had on like a Star Wars mask that he had made. I think he had made his son a Spider-Man or something. So there's a lot of fun things. And so we're going to have Chuck in there. And I'm so happy to have our patrons to volunteer and say, I'll be happy to do this.
Yeah.
So that's a wonderful thing. And it's imagination masking making. So just a couple more and then I will be quiet. Let's see, Creekside Saturday. That is sponsored by our Stormwater. And Alex is wonderful with the children. What we do is we all gather in the storytime room. I'll read a book that we have on rain and what rain does. And then we all go outside and sit on quilts. And Alex gets down in our creek. And she finds all sorts of little critters. So it's always a fun time. And then after that, we have water play. We get out the human car wash, and they get to go through the car wash and play with the sprinklers. And so it's a fun day, and we always hit it on a good hot day. We have some of our old-time favorites, Bruce Amato, the magician, Jason McMurrian, he was a patron and has become a magician. Dungeons and Dragons are still going on. Didgeridoo Down Under. Does anyone know what a didgeridoo is?
I do.
And I cannot ever say it correctly 2 times in a row. He is going to come and play a very authentic didgeridoo for us and also have some percussion instruments, and he gets the whole room involved.
Oh, wow.
So that should be a very nice, quiet library event. Right? No, it's going to be fun. A lot of fun. Oh, just all sorts of things going on. And our duck race, we partner with Parks and Rec, and the guys will not let me not have a duck race because they enjoy it as much as the children do. And it'll be a lot of fun. Okay, do you have any questions over any of it?
Does that say teen bad art?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm not real sure. I did not come up with that one. Marta and Danny did.
Oh.
I am assuming that it's something like what we used to do long ago, where you would take Barbies or different dolls and you would take their head off and then you would put Legos on, or the kind of like Toy Story, you know, have the fishing rod on it or something. I'm not real sure what they're doing, but I may stay in my office on that day.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff.
Anything else?
I don't think you've ever had. Have you ever had this many?
We have had this many, but it's been a lot of repeats of the same program. Last year was the most we ever had, but it was like 2 or 3 different Dungeons and Dragons, 2 or 3 different other things. This is the first time we've had them spread out really nice. And if we do have 2 things on one day, one's in the morning, one's in the afternoon. We're not overlapping. So I think this year is going to be great as far as logistics.
Yep, that's good stuff.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything on that? Okay. All right, we will move to the 2025 Library Board schedule. Next meeting is going to be on July 14th. Then after that, it'll be September 8th, and then November 10th. And then we're up to Library Board comments. Just open it up, and do you have anything you'd like to say to Miss Donna? Or sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I've kind of noticed a little theme here tonight of accessibility. You know, you talked about some of your staff members potentially wanting to learn American Sign Language and then the ESL programs, and I just wanted to say that it's obvious that it demonstrates the commitment of the library to accessibility for all of our residents, and I think that's fantastic.
Thank you. We are purposefully trying. We feel like that we're diverse and accessible, but when you really look at it, not really. So we're really trying, and I just think it makes everyone feel better about coming to the library. So thank you, Leslie, for saying that.
That's great.
Even the finale party is accessible, so not everyone can skate, but everyone can play in foam. So there is no fear of anyone missing out.
Absolutely.
So,
even people in wheelchairs.
Yes.
And that's wonderful. You know, we want to make it where everyone can have a good time.
So very well done.
Fantastic.
As always.
Thank you.
I've actually seen a foam party before, and my sister lives in Atlanta, and so they have stuff like that all the time, and it is something to behold. That is thinking out of the side of the box. So when you said it, my eye said, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Wonderful. And I want to throw in there, the first time that I even knew anything about a foam party, two of my grandchildren went to St. Rose Catholic School, and they had field day, and Carrie said, "Mom, you need to come out and watch the foam." Okay. So I come out, and they are having the best time. My son-in-law always says, "I want to help chaperone this particular group." And then you see nuns playing in the foam, and they are having the best time ever.
It's a blast.
So I thought, ooh, one day we need to do that.
Nice.
It's great.
Yeah, I'd also like to say that I really appreciate the diversity and the audience reaching out in terms of age group, because now that I'm getting a little older, I'm realizing the fact that I'm out of the 18 bracket, but it's nice to know that's still stuff for us to do. So yes. I appreciate that.
Good. There are a lot of things, and even during the family events, even if you're single and you want to come and you're above 18, this is what this is all about. The animals show, if you have never seen Bob Tarter with the animals, it's amazing, and he brings out the big snake, and everyone scatters, but it's great. But thank you, Renee.
All right. If there's nothing else, we will go ahead and call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you all very much.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission meeting, June 24th, 2025 at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes of May 27th, 2025 regular meeting and June 10th, 2025 workshop.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 3 has been, well, no public comment, Mr. Logan?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 3 has been deferred. Item number 4 we are going to address after item number 11. So we'll come back to that. So we'll start with item number 5. Final plat, the re-subdivision of Lot 15, Morningside Acres, Section 1. 2 lots on 1.02 acres requested by Huddleston Steel. Property located on Old Jones Mill Road, tax map 13H, Group A, parcel 39, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Martha H. Queener. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request for final plat approval, and this is the re-subdivision of Lot 15 of Morningside Acres, and you can see there on the screen, this property is located at the corner of Meadowlark Lane and Old Jones Mill Road. So if we zoom in here, you can see the property has an existing home on it, and of course a new lot will be here in the rear section. This property is zoned R1, which is low density residential, which is the orange color there on the screen. So this entire area is R1. And this property is currently owned by Martha Queener. And if we move down, here's some photos of the property. So this is taken there at the corner, and you can see the fire hydrant shown there. Another view of the home. So it's a brick home, ranch style, that's existing on the lot. And then this is the plat on the screen. So you can see the proposed soil areas when the state came out and did their testing. And also you can see one lot, which the existing home will be on lot 15 when it's subdivided, and that lot's 0.64 acres, and then the new lot in the back will be 0.38 acres. And all the comments have been addressed, looks like from all the departments, so I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? If none, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 6. Final plat, replat Lot 8 of Richland South LLC property. 2 lots on 1.33 acres requested by TTL. Property located on Murfreesboro Road, tax map 14, parcel 72.16. C2 Highway Service Zone District, property owned by Woodhaven Development Group. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request, another final plat request, and this is a replat of Lot 8 of Richland South. And this is 2 lots on 1.33 acres. So on the screen, you can see this lot fronts Murfreesboro Road, and just behind it is the Carpenters Training Trust, the existing educational facility. So this is in the area of Chipotle and Aldi as well, which has been built in the last year. So zooming in, you can see the lot more closely, and it is next door to, used to be Miracle Baptist Church, and now I believe it's Emmanuel Baptist Church. But anyway, this is the lot, and they've not submitted yet, but the plan for the future is to build a 7-brew coffee shop at this location. So we should be seeing that site plan in the next few weeks. As I said, it's 1.33 acres, and some photos here of the site. So right now, the area has been cleared and graded for construction. This is Murfreesboro Road to the right of the screen. And then the plat shows lots 8 and 10. And you can see there how they'll be arranged after the subdivision. And they do have lot 8 will be about 2/3 of an acre, and lot 10 also will be about 2/3 of an acre when it's all completed. And there are no comments on this item either, so that completes the report.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lyde, the 2 comments have been addressed that were at the workshop?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments on this item? If we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
A motion to approve.
Second.
A second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed. Motion passes. Item number 7 has been deferred. We'll move on to item number 8. Site plan, Mid-South Carpenters Training Trust, new pavilion of 6,767 square feet on 4 acres, requested by Womble and Associates. Property located at 130 Veterans Memorial Parkway, tax map 14, parcel 72.09, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Mid-South Carpenters Training Trust. Mr. Logan.
So this is a site plan request for the Mid-South Carpenters Training Trust. They are proposing a new pavilion, open air pavilion that would be 6,767 square feet. So on the screen here, the last item was the final plat that sits in front of this building. So we're in the same general area on Murfreesboro Road. And this property is also zoned C2, which is the red color on the screen. So it's commercial zoning already. Here's a photo of the existing carpenter's facility. So the pavilion's proposed in this view would be over here to the right where I'm pointing. And they currently have an outdoor classroom that they're using. So this would go in the same area as that outdoor classroom. Here's another photo with the monument sign at the front entrance to the school. So these are the architectural elevations, and the applicant is proposing to brick each of the columns to roughly 50% of the height. They did that to have the masonry material that is outlined in the Murfreesboro Road Overlay District. And there's one more view from the side of the proposed pavilion. So again, it's open air. This is an architectural rendering that shows the open air design. So now we have the site plan shown on the screen, and you can see when I zoom in here to the right. So grayed out over here is the existing building, and then to the southeast they'll build the pavilion. And as I said earlier, it is roughly 6,700 square feet. And believe, since it's not heated and cooled, it's kind of a small plan set. But that's the plan. I think we've covered everything, and there's no outstanding staff comments. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments from the board? Do we have a representative here for this project? If you would state your name and address for the record, please, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Sarah Tu and located at 216 Centerview Drive in Brentwood.
Thank you.
The stone and brick in the covered area here, is that going to match or replicate what we have in the existing building?
The existing building, yes, it's the same.
And then will there be permanent tables, supplies, machinery underneath that structure?
So we did visit the existing classroom. I'm assuming they would be using the same equipment. It did look like they had some type of equipment outside. I'm just not sure exactly what they would be using, but
okay.
Are you asking if it would be fenced?
Yeah, I mean, is it going to be permanent? I mean, obviously worried about theft or whatnot. Or
That is a great question. Danny, I'm going to ask him to answer that one. Thank you.
I'm Danny Womble, 216 Centerview Drive. It'll be used exactly like it's been used ever since it was built. This is an area where they teach their students how to build scaffolding, how to put the scaffolding up, and so they'll have hand tools like nail hammers and skill saws and things of that nature, and they'll build a scaffold, they'll practice on it, then they'll take it down, then they build another one.
Okay.
All this is doing is giving them a cover over it so they can hold class when it's raining.
okay. So the plan isn't to have materials out there overnight
No.
and stuff over
No.
the long term? All right.
No.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We will entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept, and we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10. I'm sorry, item number 9. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by Corey McLennan, 4.36 acres, property located at 782 Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 38, current zoning district, R1 low density residential zoning district, proposed zoning district, C2 highway service zoning district, property owned by Corey McLennan. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is a request for rezoning, and you can see here on the screen, this is on South Waldron Road, roughly at the intersection with Blair Road. This is Blair to the right that comes off. So this applicant is requesting to change from residential R1 to commercial zoning, and they are requesting C2, which is highway service commercial. And as we zoom in, you can see more clearly the road, Waldron Road here, and this is the house that's existing. And there's some other outbuildings in the rear yard. And this is 4.36 acres. So this is all on the west side of Waldron Road. And again, it's just north. There's one lot between this request and the intersection of Blair Road. So I'll go back to the larger map. For more perspective, this is the Ridge subdivision at the bottom left. And then the Industrial Development Board property, the roughly 77 acres, is this parcel to the north of the ridge, and then this parcel beside the ridge. And then this is Arbor Ridge under construction in the bottom right corner. So there's a whole lot of moving parts on this side of town. You can see the assessor's office has already platted this right-of-way for the extension of Blair Road. So that's for Blair West. So that's already showing there the new road alignment as it's built, as it would be built. So on the zoning map, this entire stretch is solid R1, which is low-density residential today. And it's our understanding that the applicant is anticipating with the future road widening of Waldron Road that they're anticipating commercial development, and of course with a larger roadway and wider roadway, the complexion of that whole area is going to change. So that's part of the reasoning that the applicant's requesting this rezoning. here's some photos so you can see the existing home and existing driveway. And then they do have the wooden fence that goes along the entire frontage. You can see that a little better here. So this is looking north, back toward I-24, and you can see the fencing and then the road frontage. And these are some of the tax maps that the applicant submitted. And this is the original subdivision that goes back many, many years, but it was called Golden Estates when it was platted. Of course, on these, there's not really staff comments, so that completes the report.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Our motion is for a recommendation for favorable or unfavorable, so we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Second.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. We'll be sending a favorable recommendation to the mayor and alderman. Next item, item number 10. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Brookside, Phase 2, 88 lots, requested by Mitchell Bowman, property located off McCaw Lane, tax map 29, parcel 28, R2 medium density residential zoning district. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request for subdivision acceptance. This is at Brookside Phase 2, and this is 88 lots. And you can see there on the screen, it's the area outlined in blue. This whole area outlined in blue. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyden.
Okay, we've worked with Mr. Bowman for some time, and he's worked with us well. We've gotten through all of the comments over the past few months, and the staff has no further comments. All items have been addressed.
Very good, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Once again, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to send a favorable recommendation to Mayor and Alderman.
Second.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation on this item. Item number 11, final plat, 314 retail building, 2 lots on 1.01 acres, requested by Danny Womble, property located at 314 Old Nashville Highway, tax map 17D, Group B, parcel 15, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Good Brothers LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is a request for final plat at the 314 retail building located on Old Nashville Highway. And on the screen here, it's the area outlined in blue. And this is directly across from Jackson Station Apartments, which is shown there also. So, closer view, this is Woody Thomas at the intersection of Old Nashville Highway, and then, of course, Woody Thomas aligns with the entrance to the Jackson Station Apartments. So you can see all that well there. This property is already zoned C2, which is Highway Service Commercial, and it's been zoned C2 for several years now. But as you remember from several workshops in the past couple months, they're still being used residentially. So this photo shows the residential lot here, shows the 2 residential structures. So the house there with the front porch and the large tree, of course, that's the older structure, and then the 2-story building to the left was added sometime later, but it is a detached structure. There's a different view of the 2 buildings. So this first item is just the plat. So currently this property is 1.01 acres. And let me scroll to the, I think the plat is back at the front, but since this got moved around, just show you this part. So this is what the applicant's proposing. You can see lot 1 and 2, 1 on the left, 2 on the right. Lot 1 would come out to just over half an acre, 0.55, and lot 2 would be 0.41 acres. And of course you can see for orientation, the bottom here is Old Nashville, and this is Woody Thomas to the left. There is a 15-foot private utility easement that they're showing here in the center. And of course, they're showing this easement at the rear of the property. It says easement for the benefit of emergency vehicle and municipal solid waste services. So that would be for fire, rescue, etc. I believe all the comments on the plat have been worked through, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? None. We'll entertain a motion.
This is my kids,
Sorry, that distracted me. Someone's shaking the door.
Questions or comments?
I'll make a motion on the final plat to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes. We will be going back to item number 4, everyone. Item number 4. Site plan 314 retail building, new building of 9,750 square feet on 1.01 acres, requested by Danny Womble, property located at 314 Old Nashville Highway, tax map 17D, Group B, parcel 15, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Good Brothers LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the site plan request for the same property at 314 Old Nashville. So again, you can see on the screen property outlined here in blue. I'll move on to the site plan since I've covered these same maps. So the site plan shows phase 1 and 2. Zoom in here for a better view. So this is Woody Thomas to the left, and this entire brown area is the proposed building. So you can see the phase line here between 1 and 2. Phase 1 is here to the right and would be 2,550 square feet. And then each of the remaining 4 suites would be equal sized of 1,800 square feet. And then that totals the 9,750 that's in the report. So they're still showing the parking here in the front and also wrapping around the building to the Woody Thomas side. And they're showing the 3-lane or 3-lane widths for the ingress egress on Old Nashville. And of course they do have the sidewalk shown that was discussed a couple weeks ago at the workshop. So that's a general layout. Let me go back to the architectural. So these are renderings that were supplied by the applicant. So this is the entire retail center as it would look. And of course they've just highlighted this brick color for phase 1 to sort of make it stand out. But I believe the entire center would match and the brick color would match when it's completed. And then this is from the materials board. So this is showing the type of brick that would be used as well as the trim. They are proposing hardy board for the rear wall as well as the temporary wall if it's needed. And I know there was the discussion of the temporary wall a few weeks back. And let's see. Of course, the planning comments have remained on here since the beginning, and most of those planning comments have to do with the use of the property as residential and the mixing of uses if that were to happen. I see some utilities. So I'll turn over to Mr. Lyde so he can discuss those.
Okay, the utility comments are for information only. That is just to assist the engineer and the developer in complying with our requirements. And so those really don't have any impact on what y'all are looking at. Everything complies with the subdivision regulations and the zoning ordinance. If you look at it, the drawings you have in your packet, it still says temporary gravel access drive. However, the plans they submitted to us did not say that anymore, and I believe we can bring Mr. Womble up and he'll confirm that is going to be a paved access drive now. So we have no staff comments.
Thank you. Mr. Womble, if you wouldn't mind.
Danny Womble, 216 Centerview Drive, Brentwood, Tennessee.
I'm Chandler Floyd Womble and Associates, 216 Centerview Drive, Brentwood.
Thank you, gentlemen. And just confirming what Gary said, that the rear drive was going to be paved.
Yes, it will be paved, and yes, I agree with everything that Gary said.
Since we have them up there, any questions or comments for the applicant?
Yeah, have we resolved the, let's say, the phase 1, phase 2, 2 gas meters, I believe, or 2 water lines? Has that been, I don't see any literature in the packet. I mean, has that been addressed, or?
Mr. White, I've seen you perk up a bit. Ms. White?
Yes, sir. With the 2 lots, there will be 2 meters.
Okay. And it is one tenant then that is paying the rent?
Yes.
Yes.
And do we have confirmation do we have a date certain then on the demolition should this not go as planned, let's say?
We provided a copy of the lease. Okay. Lease goes through the end of December in 2026, and the property owner will move the tenant out and then tear the building down. We also provided the bids for a bond to go with the plat. The bond amount would be $26,000 as we proposed. And that would ensure that if the property owner doesn't perform, the city can take it down with the money from that bond.
Okay. It could be before December 31, 2026 that we see? It
could be.
Okay. That's the hope. Very good. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Further
you.
questions, Mayor?
This is for legal. Is there anything that needs to be in the motion or any paperwork from a legal perspective needed in regards to the potential bond?
I would just make the motion, I would suggest that you make the motion subject to providing sufficient paperwork relative to the bond and the timing. So if that's all included in the packet as submitted is what I understand from Mr. Womble, then I would, if you were to make a motion, I would say that everything is contingent on the accuracy of the submittal documents.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coates?
Mr. Womble, just on the, I see volunteer demolition and Patriot HDCE services. We didn't get anything from them in writing?
Both of those were emailed in, and the third one was $18,704 from Patriot Demolition. So the 3 of those added together averaged out is $18,958. Then the regulations require add 20% for inflation. That comes out to $22,749. We have put inflation on the largest bid, which was $21,000. That brings it to $26,000. So based on the average, it actually gives you $7,042 to cover inflation, or 37%. to mitigate the fact that these were email bids.
We didn't get a copy of the HDCE services. We didn't get a copy of that. That's why I'm asking the question. Yeah.
Well, they wanted to bid.
Same question, Mayor?
Oh, okay.
All three of them are there.
Okay.
Yeah, all three of the bids are in.
So just, would you, obviously, the staff copy this one.
Comfortable?
So obviously the tenant fully understands that come the end of 26 that the building's coming down, if not before then.
Correct.
And the bond will be submitted to the city. Obviously, we'll have the funds to do this.
Yes, the bond will be posted at the time the plat's approved and signed and recorded.
Good, sir?
Yes. Sure.
I'm fine.
Terry? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept with the provision of the bond being included at $26,000 for demolition.
I'll second.
We have a motion to accept with the mayor's contingencies and a second from Mr. Coates. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Item number 12, combination plat, 192 and 198 Old Nashville Highway, one lot on 1.35 acres requested by Huddleston Steel, property located at 192 and 198 Old Nashville Highway, tax map 15M, Group E, parcels 4 and 5, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Better Home LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is a combination plat request for 192 and 198 Old Nashville Highway. This lot is 1.35, or the two lots together are 1.35 acres. So when it's combined, it'll be one lot of 1.35 acres. And you can see there on the screen, this is listed or shown. This is the railroad track that goes across the top third of the picture. So this is the underpass and Old Nashville Highway here. So of course then this is the really sharp hairpin turns if you want to go down Old Waldron Road. But this building here, I know we talked about it a couple weeks ago. My understanding it's the oldest remaining building that's intact in LaVergne. I don't know if that's true, but I've been told that several times. So some people refer to it as the old glass building. So zooming in here, you can see it a little closer on the screen. So this is the sharp curve that I mentioned, and there's several, or looks like an addition that was built at some point in the past to the original building. But anyway, you can see how it's laid out today. There's been open storage on this lot. There's been vehicles stored here. There's been a lot of things at this location. So going on to the zoning map here, you can see in the red color, this is all zoned C2 commercial along with the rest of the block. And here's some photos. So in this photo, the underpass will be off to the right, out of view, but the oldest part of the building is here where I'm pointing. And then it looks like at some point there was an addition here with these windows, and then another addition, this metal building. And the other picture just shows the remaining part of the lot beyond that metal building. So there's a larger area there that's fenced in. And then this is taken actually from that sharp curve at the corner, another view of the building. So the plat, of course, is combining the two lots. So a little bit easier process than subdividing, but you can see there on the plat, it's like there's about 59,000 square feet of land, give or take. And then just the existing utilities are shown there, the existing light pole. And this right here is labeled existing gravel. If I didn't mention that, there's a large area of gravel there. That's pretty much it. Since it's not a site plan, it's just the plat. So, stage 1. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. We have a second. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen public hearing. It is July 1st, 2025. It is 5:46 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. Order of business is Ordinance 2025-15, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for Tax Map 32, parcels 3.04 and 3.05, and Tax Map 29, parcels 41.01 and 41.02. Property consists of approximately 76.55 acres. Property is located on or near Waldron Road and Blair Road. Current zoning is R3, Low Density Residential Zoning District. Proposed zoning is the PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, with a base zone of R3, High Density Residential. At this point, the podium is open. Anyone can come and speak. We ask that you state your name and address for the record, and you can speak to the board, but we are not able to respond back. So the podium is open if anyone would like to come speak.
We don't know much about what's going on because we were
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Annette Vieira, and I'm at 117 Rocky Trail at the Ridge. So we got on the tail end of the meeting last month. So we would like to know more about what's proposed. We know it's residential, retail, not knowing retail that is designated for that area. I guess our largest concern at our household, which seems to be a lot of the neighbors, is the traffic flow through our neighborhood down Dobson Knob, where there's some hills, and then opening the street of Sweet Maple Knoll into this retail space, which then would create even more traffic. With Cara Hobbs has children that lives on Dobson Knob. We just feel if we could have one entrance would be very lovely to our neighborhood, not to have the cut through, or even a lot of times you have a cut through that initiates some criminal activity, because then they can speed through there. We do have an HOA with the covenants, and of course the city ordinance of no parking kind of helps. Although being part of neighborhoods before, when residents are allowed to park on the street, when you're having a high traffic flow, police have always recommended to me that a different perspective, that cars parked on the street then kind of slow down traffic because they have to slow down. But anyways, city ordinance, no parking on the street, I'm not debating that. That's very lovely for our neighborhood. We as neighbors are just concerned of the traffic going through the neighborhood with this residential. And I would like to learn more about what's proposed to beautify our area, because that South Waldron Road seems to be developing nicely, and we're pleased about that for property values. So we're just trying to protect our property values, but would love a walk and dine shop. I'd like to have a grocery store at my back door. So I would like to learn more about this twinning station. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to come and speak. If you would please state your name and address.
Craig Purcell, 501 Smoky Ridge. Mr. Mayor, board members, say that you have an ordinance to change from R1 to R3. I don't know what all the discussion is, but that's usually apartments, townhomes. I don't hear anything about commercial property in this, so I don't know what everybody's talking about. I don't even know exactly where you're talking about on Walden Road and Blair Road. Just do it nice. We have property. You gotta have places for people to live. I'm asking you to do this. I don't know if I agree with it, because I don't know. You're not putting any maps out here, you're not showing what's the plan, you know, who's the builder. You could put up some garbage that's gonna deteriorate in 10 years. And that's gonna affect my property value, it's gonna affect that area. If you look at 24 coming up that way, you see a complex that you don't really wanna drive by. It's a bunch of outlet malls with vape shops. So if you're going from low density, that is single family homes, to high density, it has to be nice. There's places in Nashville that are nice. There are places that are not. I ask you to make it nice.
Thank you, sir. Again, the podium is open if anyone would like to speak. Now is the time.
Walt Vieira, 117 Rocky Trail, Mayor, Alderman. I would love to see roundabouts in Blair, Waldron area, and or even when we're tying into the ridge with the Blair subdivision on the other side. Primarily because as you're coming south on Waldron, that's a blind hill right where you hit Blair. And I actually witnessed somebody die on a motorcycle because somebody was turning onto Blair, and this person didn't see it before they got to the top of that ridge, didn't stop in time, ran in right to the back of somebody. And it's just that topography there. Maybe they'll change the topography, I don't know, but because of that hill there, it would just make it a lot easier for that to be a roundabout and or a roundabout in our neighborhood. It just seems like the flow of traffic would be much better because there's so much congestion going on there, especially if we're going to talk about widening it to 5 lanes all the way down there. So just my 2 cents, we'd love to see more roundabouts.
Thank you. Podium is open if anyone would like to speak. Now is the time. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm Turnbull Pursley with the Equitable Property Company in Nashville, Tennessee, 3201 Trevor Street. Just to all the people that spoke up tonight and the Mayor, Board of Aldermen, I feel like we've had all the concerns that have been expressed recently. We've addressed all those and contemplated the traffic through Knob. The name escapes me, but making that connection, we've contemplated all that stuff, and we're excited to build a first-class development here in North Rutherford County in LaVergne. So I just wanted to state that on record that we will be delivering a high-quality product. So that's it.
Thank you. Again, the podium is open, and if anyone would like to speak, now is the time.
Mayor, if it's all right, I'd like to speak.
Sure. If you could, come up to the podium. That way the camera can get you. Name and address, please.
My name is Kara Hobbs, and I live at 115 Dobson Knob Trail. And these are my fellow neighbors here. Mayor and Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It was brought to the board's attention after our last meeting that the letter regarding the public forum for the Twinning Station project was sent to our residents with an error in the time of the public forum as 6:45 p.m. instead of the correct timing of 5:45. Several residents had came to the meeting prepared to make statements prior to our first vote, but were unable to do so due to the notable error made on account of the city. Tennessee state law mandates a public hearing and newspaper notice before enacting or amending a zoning ordinance. This ensures transparency and allows public input on proposed zoning changes, which can significantly impact property owners and the community. The public hearing process is a crucial part of zoning regulations, providing a structure for citizens to voice their opinions and concerns how the land is used in their area. Typically, the public hearing takes place prior to the first vote to allow changes and collaboration between the developer and the community before moving forward. Though the project passed unanimously on the first vote, and my vote was particularly influenced by the fact that there was no one there to express any concern at the public forum that day. Tonight, this project is headed to the final vote, which as a PDR will not permit any revisions or changes moving forward from this evening without the developer returning to the zoning process all over again. In fairness to our residents, I recommend the board consider the following this evening: a motion to defer or a motion to suspend the rules to allow the developer to address concerns listed by our residents in tonight's public hearing and see about their willingness to entertain any changes proposed by the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, the podium is open. If anyone would like to speak, now is the time.
You could make the motion to suspend.
Again, go ahead and one more time, if anyone would like to speak on this, now is the time. With that, we're going to close out the public hearing, and we will begin in about 3 minutes on the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is July 1st, 2025, and it is 6 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Bow your heads. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing this group of our community members together for this Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. Father, please keep everyone safe. Please keep our EMS, police department, and fire department safe, and all the citizens. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. First item we've got is to approve the minutes from the May 29th, 2025 workshop, the June 3rd, 2025 public hearing, and regular meeting. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Now moving on to the public comment period. We have 3 people that have signed up, and so you would have 3 minutes to speak to the board, and you can come up if you, I believe everyone spoke during the public hearing, so if you don't want to speak, just let me know as we get everything going. So I believe first we've got, is it Craig Purcell?
Have a little bit more information.
Welcome back.
So regarding to, again, the public part, they were talking about the traffic. With the speed limit that's currently at 5 miles an hour, everybody knows what do? 35, right? It's just common knowledge. So if you're going to put a bypass through that neighborhood, I would recommend lowering the speed limit, putting speed bumps up. That would be my recommendation. Again, you can't stop progress, and I think you need progress in this town. I think your plans are good. You got to think about these things. Do we want the traffic coming through our neighborhood? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But if you're going to do it, if you look at some of the other neighborhoods, they have put speed bumps up. I think on Nolansville Road, down the way, they closed one of the roads, and you go through the neighborhood, 15 mile an hour, speed bumps, everybody goes slow. That is what I would ask, that you control the speed through our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Miss Anita, sorry. And then Mr. Walt. Okay. Let us move on then to departmental reports. Police Department, Chief Mays.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board of Aldermen. You have the report in front of you. I do like to kind of stick to the yearly crime totals as a whole. Month to month, everything ebbs and flows with it. But we still have a challenge with vehicle burglaries and motor vehicle theft. Theft is up a little bit, but it's 0.9%, so it's rather flat. We're going to be looking at some proactive measures in terms of vehicle burglary and motor vehicle theft. A couple of ideas that have come to mind in our discussions have been to just make contact with the residents who own the vehicles that are most likely or most frequently stolen, and then we're trying to reach out to the manufacturers of the club, which is an anti-theft device, see if we can get some donations there, and then make those available for free to residents who own those vehicles that are most often stolen. Proactivity, yearly totals, calls for service are up 3.1%. And we also have quite a few DUI arrests. Arrests overall are down, including drug arrests, but our citations and warnings are down as well. Recovered stolen vehicles are up 9.4%. So we have some good numbers there. And then yearly traffic totals. Vice Mayor, I think you'll be happy with that. I know in the past you've made some comments about more traffic enforcement. Speeding citations are up 22.1%. Injury crashes do appear to be up for the year, but crashes in overall total are down 6%. So our traffic stops are up, and I believe that the citations and the traffic stops are up in response to the Operation Safe Streets that we've done. And again, last night was the second iteration of Operation Safe Streets. We not only paired with THP and the Sheriff's Department for the traffic enforcement, but we also had members of the LaVergne Police Department partner up with probation and parole. And then we sought individuals who were wanted on active warrants that resided here in the city of LaVergne. This was a joint operation with probation and parole. We're very happy to have that kind of a working relationship with them and restore those relationships. TBI was not involved, despite some rumors that were put out there, and we did not partner with any federal agencies on this. We did make 7 arrests on warrants throughout the city of LaVergne. So I guess the silver lining in that is when we were first given the list of wanted subjects in the city of LaVergne, it was 26. But when we did our vetting of the data and the individuals, we found out that a majority of them no longer lived in LaVergne, so that's good. And we found out that others had already been picked up on some of their warrants, so it was relatively a small number. Incidents of significance that I do that are not in the report that I wanted to talk to you about. The first one is the shots fired incident that occurred up at Veterans Park by the basketball courts some weeks back. The Detective Bureau did a phenomenal job investigating that, and they were able to develop suspects in that and get a search warrant for a house. During the search of the house, we did recover a gun that related back to, through NIBIN testing, it came back to the same shell casings that were at the scene, as well as another incident of gunplay that occurred in the city of LaVergne. So we have charges pending for the individuals that were involved in that. So that's great. And then the warrant service that occurred in Smyrna that a lot of people saw on social media, one of the first uses of our new Bearcat. That individual had actually, he was found with a gun on the seat of his car, passed out behind the wheel, and then fled from officers, crashing into one of our squad cars and leading us on a high-speed pursuit down on 24 in excess of 125 miles an hour. The pursuit was called off due to weather conditions and things of that nature, but he was identified. We were able to get a warrant for his house and get him into custody. It ended up being an armed, barricaded subject, but after negotiators talked to him for quite some time, we were able to get him out of the house without incident or injury. So very proud of the work that's being done by our Detective Bureau and our Patrol Division. They're really out there doing the best that they can. So I just wanted you to know the great work that's being done. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
With the incident in Smyrna, you got to utilize some of our bilingual officers, is that right?
That's correct. One individual came out right away. He was not involved, and he spoke Arabic. And thankfully, we have 2 officers now in our ranks that speak Arabic, and we're like, we got a person for that. So we called the officer up, and he was able to translate for us and really get us some more information, because that's one of the things we want to do. If somebody comes out of that house, we want to interview them, find out how many people are in the house, where they may be, if there are any weapons, dogs, things of that nature. So it was an invaluable tool to have that level of diversity amongst our ranks here in the city of LaVergne. And that's one of the things that I preach. Our department needs to represent the community that we serve, and our diversity is our strength.
And then, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I know last night the residents noticed very much that police were out in force patrolling our city. So please let all the agencies involved know that they are appreciated by our citizens.
Absolutely, will do. And we'll be doing it again in July, and we'll be doing it again in August. So it's going to be out there. So,
Good.
All right.
I don't have a question, but I said it month before last, I said it last month, and I'll say it tonight. I absolutely love your all's interaction on social media. Sometimes just letting a citizen know about what happened is it's a good thing. So I love that. Whoever's in charge of it, you know, you've told me a couple times, and I'll probably forget next month. But so they're doing a great job keeping up with that.
That's Detective Ledke, and he's doing a fantastic job. And I'll tell you, he's
I don't know
texting
why
me.
I can't remember that name.
Yeah, I'll remind you every time, sir. But he's texting me at home on Saturday mornings, Sunday mornings, you know, at night. I mean, he's on it. So it's great. And he has a passion for it. So that's why we selected him, and I'm glad to have him doing that.
I just want to say that Carrie and your group did an awesome job helping out with the football camp at LHS a couple of Saturdays ago.
Yes, you did.
There was Officer Tompkins and I think Officer
Gerald's? Colton Gerald's and
yeah.
Al Tompkins?
Yeah.
Yep.
They were out there in the heat and the sun, and along with Box 55, and the kids had a great time. The kids learned a lot from what I saw, and the presentation, the lunch was awesome, but then the presentation afterwards was very inspirational, and I mean, the coach, everybody did an awesome job. So kudos to your group.
Good, thank you. Yeah, Al Tompkins and Colton Gerald's are very passionate about community engagement. And, you know, we need people out there, you know, running and gunning and doing traffic stops and everything else, but we also need people that are engaged in the community. You know, we can't just do one and not focus on the other, and they're a great example of two people who are really engaged.
Anyone else? Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Next up, we have got the Fire Department, Chief Beasley, with his official-looking reports.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that you've had the opportunity to review the report for the month of June. As always, the numbers don't lie, and we had just a slight increase in medical calls and a few other items that increased the monthly run volume over this time last year, but I assume that at some point that will level back out by the end of the year. I always anticipate a 3 to 5% increase each year, and that holds true typically. So I don't see anything there of any concern. Do y'all have any questions about that portion?
No.
I would like to draw a few pieces of attention that does not reflect in our monthly report, our training opportunities that we've taken over the last month. We've had 3 very significant training exercises on top of our rookie class that we're doing right now with our group from within the city that we've hired, as well as the town of Smyrna, 7 of their firefighters with a collaboration with their department, their training instructors. So we have which is our 4th internal recruit training class. So we're seeing a lot of success in that and doing very well. We also had 2 training opportunities. One is aerial operations, and pump operations would be the second one. Those are 3 weeks worth of classes that we learned from a Tennessee Fire coach instructor. Is probably one of the finest, if not the most knowledgeable person in those fields that I've seen in my 34-year career. He works for the Tennessee Fire Coach Academy now. I don't know how long we'll be able to retain him within the state because of his talents. So we have somebody embedded with him that works with him routinely that is absorbing that knowledge all they can, so we can have that internally and we can spread that. We also sent some people over to West Tennessee for a training exercise, 80 hours worth of training in structural collapse, which was a tremendous, significant event for our guys. I mean, this is to train with some high-level people in some arenas that we don't typically get to see, and we hope to continue to grow that. So I think if you'll see those are definitely worth mentioning over this past month. We've been exceptionally busy in that category. You also have 2 other documents in front of you. I know I just gave them to you just before we started, so you hadn't had a chance to review them. The first one is our annual report for 2024, which is our 4th one that we've completed. We skipped 1 year. Building a fire station took up a lot of our time. So we missed last year. So there's our report for this year. It is very, nothing but the facts in this one. This is not a lot of fluff. It's just what we've done and the significant things that we feel like we've accomplished and some of our goals for the next year. You also see something in front of you, the customer-driven strategic plan. That's our 5-year strategic plan. If y'all recall, a couple of years ago, it's been 2 years now, we asked y'all as the board and the city to share surveys to the citizens of LaVergne, the people that visit here on your social media sites, our social media sites. We also polled and surveyed our internal stakeholders, according to that, our firefighters, to see what each group valued. Where are we missing? What are we doing well? Where can we grow? And what do you need from us? And you'll see those comments within there. We did not copy verbatim what they wanted. We summarized it, just so you have a better understanding of that. We partnered with the University of Tennessee and Municipal Technical Advisory Service on a 3-day event held at the library. Thank you, Ms. Donna. We had some of our city leadership, including Scott Tatalovich and Bruce and Kyle and Jules, sat in and participated in a 3-day strategic plan, just like what we participated in as city leaders twice now. We took that information from what our firefighters valued from the report, combined with what they felt was necessary, wrote it all down, and then pushed pause. We held up until the city could begin our process as a group, developing a strategic plan, and so to make sure that our plans match the city's growth and the plans for the city as well. What you have in front of you now is what we hope that we can accomplish. It's our goals for the next 5 years. There's, I believe, 7 goals listed and objectives underneath each one of those. It also tells our success measures, how we will determine whether we're doing the right things and we're completing our tasks. This time next year, we'll revisit this document. It'll be a living document that grows every single year. We'll check off what we've done this year, grow that into the next year, and plan each year out. There's also a 10-year rough capital improvement plan within that document. This is significant. It follows the business model of strategic planning. It follows what MTAS develops and shares across the state, and it also helps us understand under the Center of Public Safety Excellence, which is a nationwide organization, is a third party that reviews fire departments and says, you are doing business well. This is one of the very first steps of that accreditation process. It's significant to make sure that we're doing all the things to meet the citizens of LaVergne's needs as well as our own firefighters' needs. Do y'all have any questions about either one of those 2 documents?
Not about the documents, no.
Okay. What do you got a question about?
Anyone else?
Well,
Anyone have a question about the documents?
Hey, and Mr. No, Vice Mayor No, our good friend Lawrence helped me with this as well.
Who?
Lawrence.
Bauman.
Green Sponge.
Oh, God. Bauman. I would definitely will look at this. I ain't gonna look at it now. Look at it when I get home. But just like Chief over there, whoever's doing your. Is Curtis doing the social media?
He might be Mickey Spillane.
Is that right? I knew there was something about him. And Mr. Mayor, if I could indulge this board, would it be possible to get Mr. Beasley to come up here and autograph this picture? I want to keep that.
So when I die, this will be a.
Don't sign it down there. I'm going to cut that out.
You aren't right. No, Ronnie, I've got some legitimate questions. Absolutely.
Yes, I just want to say that the fire last Wednesday night.
Yes, ma'am.
At the auto body shop, your guys were awesome.
Thank you.
And very professional. And Curtis out there, he did a great job. And then Premier Hazmat.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. They came out and doing the cleanup and stuff. I mean, the next day, all there was just dust from the kitty litter stuff they put out to suck up the oil that's spilled. So everyone did a great job.
Thank you, and I'll pass that along. And a lot of that has to do with, we do more than firefighting and EMS, protecting the environment. I think our water department would appreciate that. Alex was very complimentary of that, so it's positive out of the negative.
Right. Okay, I'm done.
Alderman Coates, Alderwoman Hobbs, y'all got any questions? So I want to ask about the new training facility.
Yes, sir.
I drive through there quite a bit because my father lives back on Sanders, so even saw some of your team out there today. So do you want to talk about how that's used so that our citizens can understand that?
Absolutely. So from the layman's view of it, you drive by, it looks like shipping containers stacked on top of one another. There's not much. I mean, you drive by any shipping yard anywhere and you're going to see the same thing. But I think what's most important about this is I call it a grassroots effort. Our firefighters drew these plans with the help of our city engineer, which endorsed it. He helped and said, yep, nope, you can't do that. No, don't do that. But he helped us tremendously. So our guys have developed this plan. They built it with the help of a few outside vendors and put that together. To me, that's the biggest part of the morale of it, is that's their building that they put together, and they're extremely proud of it. If you look at that building, it's just 7 shipping containers. That means a lot to those guys. But for the citizens, what that does, it gives us an opportunity to train as realistic situations as we can. We'll be able to build live fire exercises inside there. The reality is, in the nation's fire service, I'm sure in the same as in police department, our organizations are becoming younger and younger and younger every year. The turnover rate is exceptional at the senior level. And so the only way that we can serve well, because we don't have the experience, is to get that through training evolutions. As close to real life scenarios as we can, to stress them as hard as we can, so they understand exactly what they're going to be dealing with. So if you go inside those containers, there's rooms, closets, bathrooms. There'll be furniture in there. Second floor. And I also like to thank David and his crew, Bobby. They've done an exceptional job in the carpentry. They built a deck on the outside. They're working on the stairs on the inside. It's a team effort. And so you'll be able to advance a hose line in the building, go to a second floor, possibly a third floor, search buildings, put fires out, the whole 9 yards. For what we've spent on it, it's an exceptional facility. Hopefully, if we ever can grab some land somewhere else in partnership with PD, we'll move those cans somewhere else and add to.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. I feel like I'm limping. Ronnie was so long, I think my leg fell asleep back there. So I'm going to try to catch us up. You got the parks numbers for the month. 97 help desk tickets, 615 man-hours devoted to those. You can see our past events. We had a family movie night. Our second workshop was this past Friday. Upcoming events, July 4th, this Friday, our Independence Day celebration. July 18th will be our family movie night, Paddington in Peru. That'll be at the Multipurpose Building at 6 p.m. Our third workshop will be August the 1st. Learning Made Fun by Canvas. That will be a painting class at the Multipurpose Building at 6 p.m. also. Upcoming meetings, July 21st, Park and Rec Advisory at 5 and Beautification at 6. July 4th, this Friday, our gates open at 5:30. Veterans Memorial Park, that's where all the festivities will take place. The band should go on at 6. Ray Raddick Band, as of now, we have 25 vendors, including food trucks. Fireworks about 8:45 and 9 o'clock. Any questions?
Just want to ask, we still have Bo Logan singing the national anthem?
Yes.
Wonderful.
He confirmed while I was sitting back there.
I meant to ask you today when I spoke to you, and I forgot. How's the Learning Made Fun thing coming along? The past ones.
The past ones, the first one was very successful. The one we had Friday night was postponed because we had a rain out date the week before. So we had like 3 or 4 participants in that. Hopefully we'll get 25. The first one we probably had at the Bird Feeder Workshop about 20. This one is open up to 25 also. As of now, I think we have 8 registered, so there's still some time to get that done.
Did you have Andrew out there teaching those kids how to change tires and stuff?
No, actually, we partnered with Public Works and Auto Shop.
Oh, okay.
A couple of the
I
mechanics
thought
were out
Andrew
there.
may have brought his expertise.
Oh, you mean Andrew? I thought you meant my Andrew Parks.
No, he's leading the bird feeding.
No, I'm a designated Parks and Rec maintenance worker, according to them from a few months ago. So
Yeah,
No,
there
no,
you
the,
go.
the vice mayor's just confused. He's leading the bird feeding.
Oh, okay.
I was not requested to attend either, so there's probably reasons for that too. So.
Any other duties part of the job description?
That's right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up, we have the library, Miss Donna Bebow, with summer reading in full effect.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. Good to see you all. Of course, this is our June report, and I want to point out the very first number is the attendance number, 6,235. Now, that is an estimated number because when I pulled up the GV Web report, it showed me 12,000 and something, and I'm going, heartbeat, heartbeat. And then I remembered, and it felt like that much, but it wasn't really. So I did the divided by 2, and this is about what we had. One of the reasons that it is higher, we had a girls' camp for 2 weeks, and there were 16 to 18 girls that came in and out, and in and out, and in and out. But it was great. They had a great time. And if you'll notice, our programs, we had 26 programs with a program attendance, and this is clicked every time, of 1,090 people. So June has been a very, very busy month. We've had approximately 600 to 650 people sign up for the reading, and that includes babies all the way through us older people. And so it's been a really good summer so far. Before we get into the things that are upcoming, I wanted to give a shout out to a couple of people. On Saturday, June 14th, we had a patron who, he and I have been talking ever since National Night Out about the mask that he had made, and he had made this mask, and his name is Chuck Isbell. Chuck also shared with me that he used to make masks with his sons, and especially his youngest son, Nate. It was very touching, and we talked a lot, and he brought me a flash drive that had pictures of Nate with the mask on that he had made him. We went on to talk about what a great activity that would be for our children and our young teens, and Chuck was all for it. So on Saturday the 14th, Chuck and Kristen Morlock came out. She was his assistant. We had 55 people attend. We had mask making going on all over that room. And I'm not talking about foam masks with markers and sticky on jewels. We're talking about he had made these masks that fit to their heads. He brought in little gears. He brought in paints. They shadowed it. I mean, they were amazing. I think next month I'm going to bring in some pictures for you all to see. His oldest son and his wife and his grandchildren came. So it was a great day. It was a really, to me, that was community. That was community coming together and sharing their talents. And Chuck told me, he said, this feels good. So I was so thankful that we got to do that. Another shout out goes to one of our own, Alex Thompson. She is our stormwater superstar. She did on June the 21st. I keep wanting to say January, Mayor. I'm trying not to say that. June 21st, she did Creekside Saturday. And this is such a fun time. This year, Alex read the book Drop, The Adventure of the water cycle. She had the best time with her son sitting right beside her on the stage and her husband in the background. And then she took the children out to the creek. We set out tarps for the children to sit on, and then Alex got into the creek. And this year she didn't have her boots on. She got into a creek with her socks on, and I'm going, ooh, because I know what's in that creek. I've seen it. And so she does her magic, and she pulls up some little critters from the creek, and she brings them up so the children can see. And she talks about why it's so important to have clean water and why it's so important that we keep our storm water clean. And the children had the very best time. Now, that was on the 21st when it was 97 degrees. So we usually do a scavenger hunt, and we said, nix the scavenger hunt. We went straight to water play. So we had sprinklers out, squirters out, and all sorts of fun, and then everyone got a water popsicle. But it was a great day. Alex has done this with us for at least 3 years now, and we enjoy partner with her. This year she gave all of the children a coloring book talking all about stormwater. So it was a great day. All right, very quickly, wanted to let everyone know that on July 14th, we will have our library board meeting at 5 p.m. The library will be closed this Friday, July 4th, and we also close on Saturday, July 5th. The staff, I want to make sure everyone knows, the staff takes a regular day off there so that they can have their long 3-day weekend like other city workers, other than our first responders, which we are so blessed to have. So we will be closed Friday the 4th and Saturday the 5th, and we will resume our regular hours on Monday, July 7th. If you look on down, you can see the different activities that we have going on. Tomorrow we have science with Mr. Ritchie, which is always fun. He ends the program with this most awesome leaf blower with a roller attached, and he puts toilet paper on it, and he rolls toilet paper all over the children. It's just a lot of fun. We've got Terry Hedges, a magician. Teens are going to be doing bad art. Think about that one for a few moments. Then we're going to partner with Parks and Recreation. I think this is about our 15th time to partner with them for our duck race. Bobby did tell me when he had real ducks that he was going to bring his real ducks and put them in the creek, and then that's not going to happen. So we're going to have our regular rubber ducks, and the parks makes a wonderful, what do we make a wonderful of, David? Duck slide. A duck slide, okay. Duck slide, river, duck slide river, there we go. That the children go in heats, 10 at a time. They throw their ducks in. Parks and Rec guys have fun throwing big buckets of water on the duck slide, and the ducks go down, and then we have a parks guy down there catching the first and second and third one. And we go through the heats, and then we have winners, and the children absolutely love it. We end up with, of course, squirters and making sure everyone gets nice and wet and have a good time. So that's a fun partnership with Parks and Rec. The teens are going to have an ice cream social, and they're excited about that. And then Bob Tarter's coming again with entomology. Bob is the one who brings his great big snake. And so I'm sure he will bring the snake again. And then a couple of years ago, he brought a kangaroo, which was so cool. No zebras, though.
Oh, God.
Poor Ed.
No.
Found enough of that.
And also, we had to delay our family craft tie-dye book bags, but we are going to do that on July 19th, which is our last day of summer reading and our summer reading finale. We're going to start doing that at 11 o'clock, and then we're going to end our summer reading on the same day at 1:30 with our summer reading foam team party. And I would be delighted if our mayor and our aldermen could come out to be a part of that wonderful foam team party. And any of our directors or anyone who would like to join us, it is for all ages. But our summer is wrapping up really well. We, of course, the 19th is our last day, so we are just doing a great job. The staff is amazing, and we're having fun.
Does anyone have any questions?
She's busy.
I just have one thing. I do want to volunteer for July 16th that Chief Mays will come down and he will hold that big python.
Oh, okay.
For the entomology.
Yeah.
Nice.
So congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Chief,
It's all
for
about the kids.
volunteering. It's all about the kids, yeah.
It is. It's all about the kids. I'll see if my wife will come too. She's deathly afraid of snakes.
Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Finance Department, Ms. Danielle Brown.
Poor Danielle has to follow Miss Donna.
She's going to start making colorful slides.
I have a baby zebra at home right now that I'm training. I'm just joking. Good evening.
Is he going to go into the vice mayor's backyard and then escape?
If you will get with the mayor or Bruce and cry and stomp your feet like Danny did, you won't have to follow Donna.
There was a lot of crying.
Well, thank you for that tip. Good evening. The financials are in your packet. On page 1 is the financial summary as of May 31st. The general fund, the expenditures exceeded revenue by $1.7 million. You will see that there were some budget amendments that were presented. The local sales tax, the current year exceeds previous year by $85,000. That's an average of $1.4 million a month. I'm sorry, yes, $1.4 million a month. The property tax exceeds the budget by $150,000 as of May 31st. The state street aid, the expenditures exceed the revenue by $77,000. Stormwater, the expenditures exceed revenue by $960,000. The water and sewer fund, the operating income is $2.9 million, and the net income is $3.5 million. Page 2, as of May 31st, we have $65.8 million in all bank accounts. That's $33.8 million in the general fund. The water and sewer has 12.7. So those two accounts together make up 71% of the cash that's in our bank accounts. Page 3 is the financial summary of fiscal year 2024 compared to 2025 for the general fund and the water and sewer fund. The difference at the graph at the end, there's a number missing. It's like 7.2 million. So so far this year compared to last year, we exceed by $750,000 for water and sewer. And I also did want to mention, when Truist was here, there was one thing that was missed. We did negotiate $14,000 in credits each month, so that's an additional $175,000.
That's a chunk.
Any questions about the budget? Thank you, Ms. Danielle. And last but not least, we've got the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell. I see you follow that one up.
I'll try. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board.
More money?
More, yeah. I'm not asking for that yet.
No, giving us more money.
I mean, that's above my pay grade. I wish I could. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for June. A couple things I'd like to mention. We did receive our sanitary survey letter from TDEC. We did receive a score of 592 out of 599, which is a 98%. The the water treatment plant staff are pleased with how we scored. That being said, we know that there's plenty of room to improve, and our goal is always to receive 100%. I'd like to thank Mike Dietz and Jeremy Buskis and his crew for all their hard work in the distribution system. Year in and year out, they always score very well, if not 100% on their portion. But their partnership with Infomark makes our job a whole lot easier, especially in kind of a stressful situation when the state shows up unannounced, and making sure that we have all our ducks in a row. We rely heavily on each other for things, so I always appreciate their help, as does our staff. We did start our annual flushing program last week. We have flushed 82 hydrants and 7 blow-offs, knocked out just under 7.5% of our total number of hydrants for just under 720,000 gallons of water. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Danny, 2 questions. Number 1, can you give us all the streets that you are flushing?
All of them, no. That will be posted.
Point of order.
Yeah. That will be posted on the, what's that?
Already is posted.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then,
it's posted on social media.
Can you talk to us about the customer service, and as far as the complaint, and
Yes.
then if anyone has any concerns, where they can contact?
Yes, sir. We had one customer service complaint customer complaint for low pressure. We did have our inspector go out, test that, the hose bib outside their house. It was at 30 PSI. We're required to give 20 PSI or provide 20 PSI to every home in the city. What we suggested was having that customer contact a plumber to look at their pressure regulating valve. That's typically what it is in those situations. And so we weren't able to get a hold of the customer. They were not there at the time, so we did contact them, leave a message as to what they could do for that, and to give us a call back if they needed any further help. That number is 615-793-6536, option 2. So if you have any questions, concerns, comments about your water quality, low pressure complaints, or any complaints for that matter, please give us a call. We're happy to go out and assist.
And when can they call?
They can call 24/7, 365. So,
wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you, Danny.
Yes.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2025-15. An ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 32 parcels 3.04 and 3.05 and tax map 29 parcels 41.01 and 41.02. Property consists of approximately 76.55 acres. Property located on or near Waldron Road and Blair Road. Current zoning R1 low density residential zoning district. Proposed zoning is PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, with a base zone of R3, High Density Residential. A public hearing was held tonight on that, and we heard people speak about that. With that, need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow the developer to address concerns from our residents this evening.
Or second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Before we get him up here, I do want to go through just a little bit of the packet that we've got on this.
That'd be great.
Because I know some of our residents, and give some of the backstory on this. Glenn, can you start us off over on page 62 of the packet? So this has gone through more than just this meeting and last month's meeting. It went through Planning Commission for quite a while. And Planning Commission is always something, we always learn something with every development. So this is a PDR, which is basically under our current zoning ordinance, the only zone that's going to allow retail, standalone commercial, and residential together in one zoning. So you can see on the screen the parcels that are in question, and you can see the outline of that intersection. That intersection is Blair and Waldron Road, and then it trails off into a new road, which is called Blair West, which is going to be built. The ridge would be basically at the lower back side of this picture. So you can see that the front section of it is retail. The back section is residential. You can see it's got a little bit of everything. It has apartments, townhomes, single-family homes in this. All of the design work, which Planning Commission went through, we put percentages on materials, and we've allowed certain materials and we've disallowed certain materials. At the same time, we also did the same thing with commercial development. And so in this packet, we actually have, we took, again, learning some lessons, as we said, we took items that were mentioned with the commercial development portions of Arbor Ridge and what residents in the community said that they did not want in this community. We took those, we copied those over into this development, and then we added on to them and included some more items that were brought in. And then at right before this came over to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, Alderwoman Hobbs had asked for a few more to be added on there as well. So some of those, just to give you an example, I'm not going to go through all of them because it's a very lengthy list, but hookah bars, vape stores, CBD stores, marijuana stores, self-storage, mortuaries, those types of things are disallowed or prohibited in this development. It does have in there a plan for a retail food store, or as most people just usually call it, a grocery store. We do not, I can tell you when I say we, I use we as far as the city, we do not know of any tenants that have signed with this development yet, just simply because there's no vested rights yet. That's what this process is doing, is giving them zoning rights to say, you can do here, you can have residential here. Currently, it's all residential. There's no commercial zoning on these two parcels. So no one would really sign currently for the simple reason that there's no rights to do it. So it's wishful thinking until we grant those, and that's what this process is about. That is a good slide to stay on right there. You'll see right smack dab in the middle is a roundabout. Alderman Coates is very fond of roundabouts. Sometimes we fight over roundabouts at Planning Commission because while they are beneficial for slowing down traffic, not many people in the South know how to work them. So the Blair Road, Waldron Road intersection is actually slated to be a red light currently, and that was approved with the Arbor Ridge development, and that will come as the road widens.
I did have one other question I wanted to ask about the roundabout, because I believe not long ago we approved engineering with Kimley Horn came with the Blair West expansion project about a roundabout on the Blair West and Dobson Knob Trail. Did we not? I thought that was probably 2 months ago.
Gary, do you remember that?
And that's not displayed. With the Dobson Knob extension, there was not a roundabout at Blair?
I don't.
The only roundabouts where Blair Road touches Carruthers.
Because I thought that was separate before this came to. Kyle, that's not ringing a bell for you?
No, Blair, what Gary stated, Blair West has a roundabout at Carruthers, and then Dobson Knob Trail would just be just a connection.
Okay, that was my mistake then.
No problem. There's with the back section of the property where the bulk of the residential is, numerous waterways, and part of our current zoning ordinance and the future zoning ordinance will have methods to edit the PDRs. because if we're going to have PDRs, we've got to be able to edit them. And it will have to go through the regular process, but I would not be surprised to see it come back through due to some of the waterways with some changes there. You don't get that granular into the waterways until you're already there doing the dirt work, is what I found out. And Alderman Coates, you can weigh in on that part if you want. You've been on Planning Commission far longer than Planning Commission's been around.
Glenn, if you just go to page 77, if you would. Very important slide. You just come down the page and see the bottom line. If you look at the bottom number there, that 243, that's the dollar numbers the developer's going to spend on the property. If you look at the pie graph, you'll see the retail obviously is a majority. So it's a real big deal for LaVergne. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's going to be a real big deal. The Planning Commission, which the Mayor and I sit on, we scrutinised this for several months. And the PDR book is the referee's book of what can and can't go in there. At the same time, if this does get passed through this evening, the developer has to come back to the Planning Commission for all the site work, the approval process the normal city does have. So there are other ways that we can still manage the project, but this project has been ongoing for a long while, and I think the Planning Commission did a great job of getting in this book to where it needs to be.
Glenn, can you go over to page 74? So the residential portions, you can see the trees. At the same time, there's going to be a greenway that works through here. And there's going to be a very large, and Alderman Coates, correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe it's a 50-foot buffer.
That's correct, 50 feet.
That is going to be between the property lines backing up to this at the ridge and this development. So that's where the greenway is going to go. So it's a walkable path. I've talked to a couple people over in the ridge who've asked about golf carts traversing this, and this is the first I've ever heard of golf carts. We're kind of becoming Brentwood or Panama City, is my first thought. We need the beach, though. But to do that, we have to work that out with everyone, but people have asked about that. This was not designed for walkability. All of the residential portions are all gated communities, all of them. So if you look in the back, where he zoomed in at, those are going to be gated communities. And then the bottom corner area that's in red, right there. Ronnie is probably most excited about that because that is land that's being donated to the city for a future fire station. At the same time, Ron, look at that smile. At the same time,
Look at the frown.
I'll get that frown turned upside down in just a minute, but we've got we've had conversations about, yes, shared space for the police department, as well as coordinating with the county to bring in EMS, which currently, I say our side because I live on the south side of Waldron, but we have to wait for an ambulance to dispatch from Stonecrest. And if that one's already dispatched, then it's from this side of LaVergne. That's a little bit of a wait. So this would put police, fire, and EMS quite a bit closer than they currently are. Look, Chief Mays is smiling now. He's so happy. Next, we're going to get him a red hat.
I think the shared space is going to be a closet.
It's still a space. The different businesses that could potentially, and I use this word potential because, again, nothing has been signed. If you could go to page 80, please, Mr. Glenn, and then zoom way out. These are potentials. Again, nothing is signed. because there are no vested rights on this property. These are some businesses that they see could fit for this area. And then, can you go over to 84, please? Nope, not 84. Sorry. What page is this? 82. I went too far. These are other potential businesses that could be part of this. Again, I preference that nothing has been signed.
Mr. Mayor, one of the folks back there said that they were not completely sure of where this is going. Glenn, can you put up page 53? That is the ridge on the bottom left in the middle, and then everything in green. Where he's got his cursor, that's Waldron Road. And then back behind it.
And then, can you also go to 69? You're loving us jumping through all these page numbers. So going back to talking about buffering, this is what we're talking about for buffering in the residential buffer zone. Zoom out for me just a bit, please, Glenn. So we've got a whole section here on residential buffering, as well as just giving you a depiction of the large, thick trees that they're planning to use to buffer this. So ideally, the goal is that it's going to buffer any of the commercial from the residential. Now, with that, I think Alderwoman Hobbs had some questions for the developer. Now, Turnbull is here. I don't think Land was able to make it. So, Turnbull, if you could come up, state your name and address for the record again, please.
Turnbull Persley, Equitable Property Company.
I don't know that I have any specific questions, but I do want to address some of the comments Annette had made earlier, concerns about traffic. I had spoke with Land, and I believe it was your engineer who conducted this traffic study at the last meeting, and they have verbally agreed to share the information from their traffic studies with the city in order for us to make informed decisions about speed bumps and that sort of thing when the time comes. But again, they have agreed to share that information so we can make decisions about stop signs, things like that moving forward. So that was definitely one thing promising about this developer for me. They've also, just their track record, they're also doing Stewart's Creek Landing over in Smyrna. They've secured a Jonathan's for over there. They have worked with some higher quality retailers, Bar Taco, things like that.
Sprouts.
In the 12 South area. So it's another promising reason why I think it's a good idea to move forward with this project, just based on their track record thus far. As far as concerns about street parking and speeding through the neighborhood, one thing to do that we can do right now is the police department has a current survey out that you can go online and fill out, and they're targeting specific areas based on community concerns. So I do recommend, if there are concerns about street parking and speeding in the neighborhood, that you just go online and fill that out. I actually saw somebody out there this past week enforcing some street parking through the week. So thank you for addressing that.
And just real quick, if anyone wants to, we even have the QR codes posted right here in the lobby. If anyone wants to scan those with your phone, you can get taken right to that survey. That way you don't have to just look it up online.
That's all I really have. I don't really have any questions, but.
And Glenn, can you put up page 59 just to give you all a little bit of an idea about what this, what they're looking at? Just give you some ideas. And Mr. Mayor, is it is it possible, is it legal if one of the people that are here to speak to us, that if they have a particular question that they can ask the developer?
That is, we have suspended the rules, so people can be called up to ask questions, and we can go from there with it. Real quick, before we bring anyone else up, I do want to ask, and I want to explain this portion. Glenn, page 76. So one of the things that's been kind of a hallmark since I came in as mayor is trying to bring in retail and quality retail, gross sales tax, because quite frankly, the city only works off of two forms of real revenue: property tax and sales tax. One hits all of our residents, one's a consumption tax that hits not just our residents, but anyone who may be traveling through. This actually breaks down the numbers for economic impact. And if you look at the economic impact over 20 years, operational plus one-time construction development, the total economic impact, $6 billion in this community. Sales tax, property tax funds police, fire, HR, our water treatment plant, all of our roads that Mike Dietz hates to get messages from me about for potholes, all of our parks events and our beautiful parks, like we're building Brookside Park over on the south side, all of the different books and programs for the library. It funds everything. The city administration, it pays for us to have legal representation from Evan Cope's office. It pays for all the different items. And if we grow sales tax, ideally we don't have to grow property tax. And where this is ideally situated, and you can think of this just from your own neighborhood of the Ridge, there's no commercial anywhere nearby. You have to go over to Sam Ridley or all the way over here to go grocery shopping or go out to Nolensville. At the same time, at the corner of Blair and Waldron Road, if you go out 3 miles, 11,000 new homes between Nolensville, Davidson County, Smyrna, LaVergne, the unincorporated areas. They are all going to need a place to purchase their goods, to drive, and to have emergency protection. This helps to provide all of those. It also helps to reverse what we call leakage. If I want to buy a suit, I cannot do that in this city. I have to go to another city. That's leakage. The sales tax dollars leaks over to another community. If we have people from Nolensville and Davidson County, think of Carruthers Crossing, all of those townhomes. If they come over to LaVergne to go grocery shopping, their sales tax stays here in LaVergne, and it benefits our police, our fire, our roads, our water treatment plant, and that helps our community. But the big part with this, and this is more important even than the dollars and cents, Turnbull sat in on these meetings. Landa Elliott, who's the main guy with Equitable, has been beaten over the head by Alderman Coates and myself, and then by Alderwoman Hobbs with their meeting, is quality, quality, quality. That's what we want, is quality development. And so that's what we have stressed, is not just protecting the Ridge, but protecting the community, all of it. I don't live in the Ridge. I flat out say that. My home backs up to Carruthers, but this will impact me, both traffic, convenience, and property values. This should be, in my opinion, beneficial for this community. So
I'll just say, we feel like we're true partners with the city, and we're looking forward to delivering a top-notch product for you guys. And we've been working hand in hand, all along, and We feel like we've heard the complaints. We've tried to address everything within reason possible with the staff, and we will continue to do so, as we progress and go forward. So thank you very much.
Does any of the people that came, do y'all have any specific questions for this gentleman? Okay, if you guys will come up here so we can hear. You come up too, sir. He's going to be asking you.
And Walt, if you don't mind, state your name and address for the record.
Sure, Walt Vieira, 117 Rocky Trail. Since we've looked at the numbers, and it seems like we're all aware that there's potential for a lot of revenue, is there any thought given to finding the best anchor for this community, this economic business community? Because it would be great if there's an opportunity to spend before we get there on acquiring an Apple store, something that would bring all other businesses to say, I want to be there because of the anchor that we've got.
Right.
That seems to me to be a great spend up front, because if our best business in there is a Panera, it would not attract anybody else to want to be there. But if we could go big on the front end to get a really good anchor, that would also help to quell some of the traffic, because it would produce an environment where there's not going to be a lot of people speeding through there. Is there any thought given to that up front?
Certainly, that's how, the retail game is. You get the anchor and then everything dovetails off of it. So this is kind of the first step in getting the entitlements, and then everything kind of dovetails behind the anchor, the grocery store anchor, and all the usual suspects. The better the grocery store tenant, the better the other tenants. And I'll just say this, the feedback we've gotten too from the retail community is this fills a hole for a lot of retailers, and their geographic maps. This little bubble would check a big box for a lot of retailers, and so it's been a very positive feedback so far.
So in a perfect world, if you could get your very best client, who would that be as an anchor?
Publix, Whole Foods, the best.
And Walt, I can chime in just a little bit, because Land Elliott came out to ICSC with myself and our economic team, which ICSC Recon is the largest retail convention in the country. He came out and we sat in on multiple meetings. The anchor that's going to probably drive this will be the grocery, whatever the grocery tenant is. We had conversations with 2 nationally known brands. At this point, neither have signed. And I learned my lesson from before, that if you mention the different names that you have talked to, people will be, that's what's coming, and that doesn't always happen. So I usually try to wait till they come through Planning Commission, but whoever's in that top green right there, that's going to be your anchor. Everyone else is going to build off of that. But we've had multiple groups out there that's interested. In October, our economic team goes to the Southeast Convention in Atlanta. In December, we go to ICSC New York, which is where we brought in BJ's Wholesale back in 19. And this is a very big part of what we pitch. We pitch a lot of properties in the city, but this is one where it's wide open. It's from the ground up. And so, but we agree with you. Whoever the anchor is going to drive it.
Yeah, can't wait. Thank you.
And I will say, with credit to this developer, I had several conversations with Land as well, and he is eager to meet with the Ridge, organizing, a get-together, an event to talk to us about what we want to see there, which that type of behavior from a developer is unknown to residents of that area historically. So again, that's really promising to me, that he wants to engage with us. He wants to make it a product that we want to be there. He wants us to be successful. So again, that was definitely something that made me agreeable. Like me personally, I do not want this here. My property backs up to a farm and I want it to stay that way. But again, this developer has really they've proven themselves to me that they're interested in bringing quality product, enough so where I have to set my own personal wants and desires for the area aside and go through on what's best for the city and what the rest of my neighbors want, really. So.
And I am in favor of the golf cart. That's great.
It's another one. I never considered that at the very beginning.
Craig Purcell, 501 Smoky Ridge. Thank you. Thank you. Cary, North Carolina. Cary, North Carolina. Fenton is the most sought after place. It'll look just like that.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have a question?
You have a question, Dan? Is that okay or not?
I'm gonna say let's let.
Oh, this lady, okay.
She lives over. Come on up here so that
Come on up here.
people watching at home can hear you as well. And whenever they type up the minutes, it helps them a lot.
Mainly me because I'm hard of hearing.
Annette Vieira, 117 Rocky Trail. I just want to say thank you to all of you all. I feel like you've helped us to build trust and moving forward with this. A lot of our hesitation has been a lot of mistrust that we have all experienced from our builder. And our builder sold this property. And so we're always on our guard as to what's the next shoe that's going to drop that's misrepresenting the promises that we all have given. The builder's giving us this little kiddie pool for a neighborhood pool. I call it the timeshare pool. But I just wanted to thank all of you for taking our neighborhood in consideration and hearing our concerns, because I feel you are hearing us and taking us into great consideration. And I want to thank you for that. And thank you for hearing us.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm all about shopping and walking. And I always want a grocery store. And I do agree that this would benefit the city of LaVergne to bring revenue to our city. We don't need to give it to everybody else, and they benefit. So I look forward to it.
You know, I have to say, Mr. Mayor, I've been up here for over 7 years, and I have to say it's the first time coming from these folks back here, the positivity and the encouragement and the believing. I like that, and we're going to do our best. And I also will tell you guys, if you ever have any questions, you reach out to Graham or particularly our economic team and Mr. Tom Broker. But now when you reach out to Tom, don't be in a hurry. Amen?
Amen.
But Tom can go into super duper details about everything.
Thank you for the consideration, Mayor. Dan Eppright, 114 Seward Street, in your good neighbor, Smyrna. I think I can phrase it as a question. It's kind of a statement, but it's a question in the end, and that is, you have an amazing function on your town city website, and that's the agenda packet. I just checked. There are 48 pages of detailed information on this development. The developer went through a lot of effort to make sure that you knew exactly what was going on. And that's posted online, and everybody in the community is welcome to have it, I'm sure. Would it be possible to take the URL for that packet when you have a Facebook page that says, we're going to have a public meeting? And you put that on there so that people can find it easier. I mean, there's people, very smart people, that don't know it's there. And many of the questions that have been asked tonight are addressed in those 48 pages, which means that they could ask even more detailed questions and drive you crazy. Is that possible,
To
sir?
answer your question, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am. name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. My name is Carla Sledge, and this is my husband, Willie Sledge. We are very new to this community. In fact, we're new to Tennessee. We just moved here in May of this year. And obviously getting this notice, and I love the ruralness. I have to tell you, I love rural areas. I was a little bit concerned. But as I listened to a lot of the comments and questions, I can understand the need for more revenue brought in. And I also can understand how each community would, in fact, benefit from it. I could have missed this because, as I said, we're new. The projected date for this project that's a question mark. And then I could have also missed the projected revenues anticipated as a result of this. Can you help me with that?
Yes, ma'am. Glenn, page 76 again, please. So, you can see there the annual impact as well as the 20-year. It's been kind of simplified down, but you can see indirect local sales tax, direct local sales tax yearly is $3.5 million. And then you've got wages, you've got hotel taxes, you've got property tax from where this property is improved from being, quite frankly, a whole bunch of thistle bushes because they hurt when you walk through and they rip your jeans and jackets, which is I found out.
We call them brawlers.
Yeah. And as far as estimated dates, there's as far as operation, Turnbull, do you have that time frame? Or Alderman Coates, I don't remember that. I know they wanted to get started on the dirt work pretty quickly.
We're estimating between breaking ground in first quarter next year.
Sure.
And it's probably infrastructure and roads are like 2 year, year and a half, 18 months, and then we'll start going vertical. It'll be a 3 to 5 year process.
Okay. The apartments will be built first, right? That's the first phase of the project.
That's phase one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, ma'am, I want to, first of all, welcome to LaVergne.
Thank you.
Please follow the LaVergne10.gov webpage. Mm-hmm. You can find all these departments, most of them, especially our emergencies, on Facebook. Come to the meetings.
Absolutely.
Just about every meeting we have is on television, whether it's this or planning or parks or whatever. And it'll keep you up to date on everything.
Thank you so much.
Well, welcome to LaVergne.
Thank you.
And if you need anything, reach out to us. All of our cards are out in the lobby. Call us. We're all regular people. We work regular jobs, except for this guy who's retired and this woman who's retired.
He's retired too.
Nah, he still works. But we all answer our own phones. We help any way we can. If we don't know an answer, we'll tell you, but we're hunt them down.
Please don't listen to your neighbor. Call us.
I will. Thank you so much.
Any other questions, concerns, comments?
Well, and I just want to say, like I said, I think at the last regular meeting, that I see the potential for this retail space to benefit. I live in Lake Forest, so to benefit the other side of the interstate by keeping people from going to Smyrna, going over to the hub of what is LaVergne. And so I'm really excited about it.
Okay.
Just one more point to clarify about like speed bumps and that sort of thing. That will be the city's responsibility, the developer, the city that owns the street. So that will eventually be the city's obligation or concern when it comes to that point.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go back into regular order, and now we need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any other discussion from the board?
I just want to thank the board for taking the time to listen to our citizens this evening. So thank you.
It's all team.
Do my motion.
It's all team. So with that, Alderwoman Hobbs.
For the record, personally, I do not want this in my backyard, but on behalf of the city, my vote is yes.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Your feelings is like when Walmart came.
I know.
Personally,
I know.
I vote aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2025-16, an ordinance to amend Title VII, Chapter 2 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the fire code. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderman Coates?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. That motion passes. First reading ordinance 2025-17, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2025-18, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2025-19, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 State Street Aid Fund budget. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 10, first reading ordinance 2025-20, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates and a second for discussion from Alderwoman Hobbs.
I just want to clarify here because it talks about if the board chooses to fund the position for 6 months versus the annual cost. So I want to be clear. My anticipation is that we would post the job tomorrow and hopefully find a candidate within a few months. And I just don't know what this looks like, so I want to be clear on what this looks like.
I would actually like to offer an amendment to the motion and to clarify that.
Yeah.
To motion to accept as submitted starting this month and going forward. And then this way it gives them, while there won't be any funds dispersed, it would be, as far as recruitment can go ahead and post, interview, and then get someone hired, because we know this is going to be a long process. So I would make a motion to amend that motion.
We do need to wait for the second reading before we can post a job.
Right.
So,
So the search
like
can
he's-
start.
yeah.
Is that what?
The search can start after second reading
Okay.
if the motion's amended and approved.
But wouldn't the pay be prorated for the year from, like if we get somebody hired by September, that they would get paid until July?
No. What would happen is, so let's say hypothetically someone was hired in February.
Okay.
Well, they're going to get paid, even if we approved it tonight and we approve it next month. If they were hired in February, they would get paid starting in February and go through, the rest of that fiscal year. Any of the funds between when we approve it and when that person is hired are not utilized because they're unreal at that point.
But this doesn't keep us from hiring somebody sooner than a particular date?
Not with this motion to amend included in there. If the motion to amend is seconded and approved, and then the overall is approved, and then the second reading is approved next month, Then Andrew can post the job description and start recruitment. Long drawn-out process.
That
but
gives me a headache.
Am I speaking
Yes, sir, you're
correctly? Okay.
correct. You just need a second on your amended motion.
So is there a second for my amended motion?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. First, we need to vote on the amendment. It's all Robert's Rules and Procedural. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion to amend is approved. Now we have the motion to approve with the start date being now. We have a second. At this point, any other discussion on that?
But I don't think you have a second on now you have a motion as amended. You need a second on that.
Need a motion as, okay.
Second.
Everyone's getting in on this, so.
Sorry.
No problem, you're keeping us straight.
That's okay, Evan. That's what
You get a
get paid the
lawyer.
big bucks for.
I knew something was going on when Katie leaned forward, so she always does that with Planning Commission. We need to get in line. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, no.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2025-14, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor, no.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
I think I've said enough. I look forward to the 4th of July, seeing everybody out there. Parks and Rec, you guys always do a fantastic job, so I'm looking forward to it. And everybody have a safe summer, wear your life jackets out on the lake. That's all.
Okay. Alderman Coates.
Enjoy the fireworks and be safe.
Alderman Haas.
4th of July, there will be swag out there, lays and some light up thingies for the kids and stuff like that. So make sure you stop by the tent. We'll be handing them out. Everyone be safe. Remember the fireworks ordinances and times. And remember your dogs, cats, and other pets that are affected by the fireworks and stuff. Make sure you have them properly medicated or up in the house where they don't get loose because would you just hush? Because lots of them get loose and try to break out. Thank you.
Make sure they got ample water.
Oh, and make sure they got plenty of water and food for the vice mayor.
Vice Mayor, no.
Yeah, I got a couple things.
I figured you would.
First of all, thank you, LaVergne Fire Department. The guys are coming out tomorrow, and they're going to be feeding the LaVergne seniors. And it's my understanding that next month I'll be saying this same thing about the police department. Public Works, just like the fire department and police department, you guys are doing a great job on Facebook and information and getting water breaks and all that stuff out. And then I'm going to end on a sad note. A lot of y'all know Rick Autry. Rick was on the Parks Board for years. He was on my senior board for years. I've known him for about 25. Big volunteer in the community. And he is at Stonecrest fighting for his life. So if y'all could remember Rick in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do want to remind everyone that this Friday, 5:30, David, gates open at Veterans Memorial Park, which is right behind Dunkin' Donuts here on Murfreesboro Road. Beautiful, big, giant park. We will have live music. We will have food trucks. We will have snack booths, live music. All of that is going to be a lot of fun for this community. So come out, bring a blanket, bring a canopy, bring your chairs. Do not bring fireworks to the park because police will come have a conversation with you. But come, let's have some fun. I'll be there. I'll have a canopy set up. Anyone's welcome to come, bring a chair and sit around and just enjoy.
Can you bring a cooler?
You can bring a cooler. You just have to have non-alcoholic drinks.
Well, just a lot of people don't know that.
We have to stress that. I do want to thank Michael Dietz and his department. Of just about every department, I run his department ragged with reports of potholes, road repairs from where people have reached out to me, and I know it is tiring. I'm very tiring. Thank you. We do appreciate you and your entire team for what y'all do. I believe y'all were out on Waldron today working on it. So thank you to you and your team for handling the whole city. But my text messages won't stop. Sorry. I will keep sending over more. And then last but not least, I want to say happy early anniversary to my wife. Tomorrow is 20 years of marriage. So she is coming home from church camp, and we're going to actually go down to the Crystals and have us a good romantic meal. So if she's lucky, there's going to be cheese on that Crystal, but we'll see.
That woman needs a big crown.
With that, I call this meeting adjourned.